8th, 2025. This is the 23rd and final meeting of 2025 and the 52nd regular meeting of the current term of the Metropolitan Council of Nashville and Davidson County. Will all members of the council, as well as the public, please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. The invocation is being offered this evening by Darren Annalise Johnson, Chaplain of the Southeastern Conference of the United Church of Christ. Chaplain Johnson is the guest of District 7 Councilmember Emily Benedict. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you. Our presence, others' absence, that silence, these words, all serve as prayer. Looking through the agenda this evening, trying to suss out what work there is before you, before all of us, it occurred to me that there is a whole lot of seeing, or at least a whole lot of seeing language going on. There are, of course, the always welcome recognizing resolutions and honorings, a few of which we have heard already. There's also the one for Police Commander Scott Bird and the one for Human Trafficking Awareness Month in January, for 160 years of First Baptist Capitol Hill, and 80 for the Adventure Science Center. At the same time, there are projects and areas some want us to have a better eye on, whether that's a mid-year view of the budget or more transparency about a subterranean tunnel project with dim details. Regardless, I bring all this up because in reading the bills and resolutions and amendments and analysis, another type of seeing, really a contrast between types, comes into view. On the one hand, there is what is allowed for when we start from a place of looking out for each other, inclusive of friends and family, the stranger you have yet to meet, and the community as a whole. This looking out is energized by and generative of a type of mutual recognition and trust. Whatever safety it conveys comes from this affirmational engine. However, the contrasting type of seeing being used in this moment serves different ends. At its base, it forwards both individuation, each of us as separate selves, and distrust. When we are warned to watch out, it is pointing at an other we're being admonished to keep our distance from, a stranger about whom we should be wary. It is of no small significance that this language, too, is being used towards safety ends. In this case, though, it serves to create an illusion of protection by walling oneself off and then finding ways to keep tabs on everyone else. This is perhaps the most insidious because it makes it nigh near impossible for those so other to experience perhaps the most foundational vision sense of all, the simple joy of recognition that comes from feeling seen. I'd wager that most all of us know that quality innately, even if the words don't quite fit together. Our shoulders are less clenched, our breaths less anxious, our postures more true to the shape of who we actually are. So as you take this up this evening's, this city's work, as we join with you in this, our mutual civic endeavor, may we each help create for ourselves and others spaces not just where we aren't watched out for, but in which we look out for each other. May we each strive to establish spaces in which we feel, in which we are so seen that no one bats an eye. Spaces in which we are so welcome to feel fully known. Spaces in which some things fall beyond sight. Let us pray. Infinite and ever becoming more, creator of all sight and our seeing, as this council convenes this evening, help them and each of us keep in our vision that with every nominee presented, in all of the resolutions raised for discussion, that in commemorations and every concern offered for examination, there is in each a person of your making and communities of your creation. We ask that as we take up such work, you help us remove all that would blinder us from seeing fully the inherent value present in all the labors brought before us tonight and all the lives placed in our care. As we hold counsel, help us work together with mutual patience and respect. Should we come to places of disagreement, remind us of how we have been called and held together in common life. We ask that you bless the work of this council. Give them eyes to see, ears to hear, as well as hearts, minds, and imagination that always look out for, are always attentive to, the possibility of your all-welcoming more. Bless their work to make this county one that is welcoming and safe, and in which each and all feel not separated and watched out for, but looked after, tended to, and utterly, totally seen. We ask you for all this, and we thank you for all this. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Welcome, council members and members of the community. We appreciate you joining us this evening. We wish the Nashville Jewish community a happy Hanukkah and thank everyone who came to the menorah lighting on the public square last night. From the remarks that I shared there, I wanted to share a few excerpts here as a call to action and empathy. When horrors happen oceans away, it is important that we not create further distance within our own community by becoming numb to the deep hurt and sadness, the psychic wounds and anxiety of our neighbors being repeatedly targeted for who they are, their ethnicity, their country of birth, or their religious faith. Perpetual mass casualties from gun violence in schools and universities, at parades and grocery stores, on beaches, and during worship services, and the hateful ideologies and violent rhetoric that often spark them are so erosive to civil society. And if we do not intentionally stand and bond together with one another, these waves of violence will undermine us all. So tonight we come here together to lift and hold the light of Hanukkah high above the tumult and the torment, and see the humanity, care, and concern in each other. As president of the Metro Council, I know that all council members stand with the Jewish people of Nashville. Elected leaders must never be silent about anti-Semitism. It is on the rise in an all too familiar way. Literal Nazis have stood on our public square and in this chamber. So we must not be silent about fascism, and we must call anti-Semitic words and actions what they are without fear. Peace has been hard to cultivate this year in our world at large and in our own hearts and minds. We seek warmth and light and endeavor to plant seeds and place candles that will result in harvests of peace and joy. Last night may have been somber, but it was also joyful and light-filled. So again, thank you to everyone who came out to the menorah lighting. Tonight marks a transition for the Metropolitan Council that we also want to recognize. Special Counsel Darby's contract with us will expire on December 31st, and she will be moving on to opportunities outside of Metro government, which she has very capably and diligently served for 25 years. I want to express my appreciation to Ms. Darby and thank her for her work for the council, and also thank Attorney Brian Wilson on the council office team for the last 2.5 years, working with Margaret and council members for his willingness to step into the special counsel director role in an interim capacity for the next several months as we seek a new special counsel. Without objection, Pro Tem, pardon? Without objection, Pro Tem Porterfield seeks to be recognized for a surprise honorary item for Special Counsel Darby. Pro Tem, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am requesting a suspension of the rules to allow for a surprise late file resolution to recognize Special Counsel Margaret Darby for her 25 years of service with the Metro government.
Is there any objection to the suspension of the rules? No, there is not. The rules are now suspended. Please proceed.
Thank you so very much, Vice Mayor. Director Darby, we appreciate everything that you have done for us. First of all, 25 years is a long time to be in public service, and we know that there are so many outside entities that could have used your wisdom and your service and your brilliance, but you chose to do that here with the Metro government, and since 2021 through the Metro Council, through some of the toughest times that this city has had to navigate, from COVID to all the things. I won't rehash all the trauma that we've experienced over the last 4 years, but we do just want to thank you for your service. And colleagues, if you would like to sign on to this, please email the clerk to sign on and show your support. And again, Director Darby, we thank you for everything that you've done. We congratulate you on your next steps.
All right. Okay, we will move to the vote. All in favor, please say up. All right. Trying to be efficient, as I think Ms. Darby would appreciate, but Ms. Swire, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I know we have a long agenda and I don't want to delay it, so I stand in support, but I wanted to see if we can just apply rule. I can't remember. Yeah, that rule. So that we don't have to email individually. I think everybody wants to sign on and all of us want to say thank you.
All right. Is there any objection to amending your motion for approval to apply 12.3, Ms. Porterfield? Oh, okay, it's all good. Okay, so all those voting in the affirmative will be recognized as co-sponsors. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Yay. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Porterfield.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you to Vice Mayor who has orchestrated a picture to be taken. So Director Darby and Vice Mayor, if you could come down and join us. Council members, if you can stand up really quickly and push into the middle, we're going to take a celebratory picture of with Director Darby.
Yes. Okay. All righty, we're going to be back in regular order, officially documented. All right. Without objection, we will suspend the calling of the roll and ask the clerk to please record the names of the members present throughout the meeting. Is there a motion for approval of the minutes of the meeting of December 4th. I heard a second. There is a motion properly seconded. Without objection, and seeing no one seeking to be recognized for a change to the minutes? No. The minutes of the meeting of December 4th are approved. Mr. Clerk, are there any messages from the mayor?
There are no messages from the mayor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Clerk. All right, now we're moving into our agenda. Section E, elections. Mr. Cash, Chair, can you give us your committee report for the 2 items for election, please, sir?
Yes. First, the ones that we're electing tonight, or?
Yes, sir. Just for elections, the Contract and Compliance Board and Human Relations Commission, items E1 and E2, please, sir. If you'll just share your committees.
All right. For the Contract and Compliance Board. Sorry, let me pull it. We voted 6, and for Emma Boyd Elliott and Stuart Huffman for the Contract and Compliance Board, term ending October 15, 2026, we voted 6-0. And for Ken Adams on the Human Relations Commission for a term ending April 18th, 2028, we voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right, you all have heard the report of Chair Cash for these items for election. First is E1, Contract and Compliance Board, consideration of nominees to fill 1 vacancy on the board for a term expiring October 15th, 2026, with an election to be conducted this evening. Your tablets are on. There are 2 recommendations and nominees for this election. Mr. Clerk, would you please open the vote? You are voting for 1, please, council members. Does anyone else need assistance with their tablet or with their vote? All right, with all votes in, Mr. Clerk, would you please show the vote? This requires 21 votes. Council has elected Emma Elliott with 27 votes to Stuart Huffman's 5 votes. We appreciate both folks for their willingness to serve, and we congratulate Emma Elliott. Congratulations. Emma, are you with us this evening? Thank you. We appreciate you. Congratulations. All right, next is for the Human Relations Commission, item E12. This is consideration of a nominee to fill 1 vacancy on the commission for a term expiring April 18th. So this can be taken by voice, colleagues, because there is just 1 person nominated for this 1 vacancy. And with the report of Chair Cash in, we will just move to the vote. And that is for Ms. Carrie Adams to serve on the Human Relations Commission. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, council has elected Carrie Adams to serve on the Human Relations Commission. Carrie, are you with us this evening? All right, well, if you are watching from home, we congratulate you as well on your election. Thank you for your willingness to serve. Okay. All right. So next, we're moving into section F of our agenda, appointees and nominees. This portion of the agenda shares all persons who are scheduled to appear before the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee for an interview this evening. Referrals back to the committee will be by rule as part of the council's two-meeting process for elections and confirmations. No votes will be taken by the body in this section of the agenda other than for deferrals. Chair Cash, your brief report, please. No vote totals necessary, simply the name of those interviewed and for which seats, and then deferrals or withdrawals if there are any, sir. Go ahead.
For the Arts Commission, the reappointment of Campbell West for a term expiring February 24th, 2030. For the Arts Commission, the reappointment of Mayra Yu for a term expiring February 24th, 2030. For the Auditorium Commission, the appointment of Mia Vickers for a term expiring June 30th, 2027. For the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission, the appointment of Matthew Cushing for a term expiring March 24th, 2027. For Davidson County Historian, the appointment of Dr. Lee Williams Jr. for a term expiring December 16th, 2030. For the Greenway and Open Space Commission, the reappointment of Maury Hill for a term expiring February 11th, 2029. And for the Procurement Standards Board, the appointment of Raheem Buford for a term expiring October 4th, 2028.
All right, Chair Cash, could you share with me on item F6 regarding the Greenways and Open Space Commission reappointment there? I had understood that that would be withdrawn.
Oh.
Is that F6? Mr.
Yes,
Hill?
okay, I'm sorry. Yes, we didn't do that interview.
Okay, so that if you would just state that.
The Greenway and Open Space Commission reappointment of Maury Hill is withdrawn.
Okay, all right, so that is withdrawn. Again, these re-referrals are by rule. So we're moving on now to section G, confirmations. Chair Cash, you're recognized again for your committee report on the appointees in the second step of your committee's two-meeting process with vote totals this time and a consolidated motion for the confirmation of those persons, or first for a deferral motion if there is any. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, for the Community Review Board, the appointment of John B. Schrader for a term expiring October 31st, 2028. 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. For the Community Review Board, the appointment of Tanisha Westbrook for a term expiring October 31st, 2028. For the Equalization Board, the appointment of Bruce Pierce for a term expiring November 18th, 2027. 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And for the Hospital Authority, the appointment of Dr. Courtney Pitts for a term expiring September 6th, 2026. 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And I move the nominees.
All right, there is a motion to confirm these 4 appointees in a consolidated vote. Is there a second? All right. Does anyone wish to remove an item from this consolidated motion for a purpose of individual abstention or a no vote? Okay, hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. All right. To our confirmed appointees, I will read your names, and if you are present with us, if you would please stand to be recognized collectively at the end. Council has confirmed the appointment of John B. Schrader to the Community Review Board. Council has also confirmed the appointment of Tanisha Westbrook to the Community Review Board. Council has confirmed the appointment of Bruce Pierce to the Equalization Board, and Council has confirmed the appointment of Dr. Courtney Pitts to the Hospital Authority. I'm so glad you all returned with us this evening. Congratulations to you, and thank you for your willingness to serve. We appreciate you. All right, we are now moving into section H of our agenda, the public comment period. Members of the public who are Tennessee residents wishing to speak during public comment may sign up at a table outside the council chamber from 5 to 6 p.m. on the day of the council meeting. Public comment is limited to 20 minutes total at council meetings, and each speaker is allowed up to 2 minutes to speak. Persons speaking on agenda items must be prioritized to comply with state law. All right. I will share the first three folks scheduled to speak, asking those folks to go ahead and come on forward so we can move swiftly through our comment time. First will be Lindsay Lee, followed by Craig Bardo and Nader Daguerre. Lindsay Lee is speaking on agenda item 35. This is resolution 2025-1712 in support. Go ahead, Lindsay. We have two mics, depending on the one that will work best for you. There's an ADA mic as well. And are you all set?
I believe so. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Lee, and I'm a resident of the Midtown neighborhood. I'm also the chair of the Mayor's Advisory Committee for People with Disabilities. I'm here today to express my support for the resolution being discussed about the Boring Company's Music City Loop. In addition to all of the issues that are well outlined in the resolution, I'd like to add another concern to the list, which is the accessibility of this tunnel for people with disabilities. Though almost no information has been made available about the accessibility plans for the tunnel, we can easily infer that there will be no accessible vehicles that someone like me who depends on a wheelchair could use, because as of today, they don't make wheelchair accessible Teslas. Even if a wheelchair user is able to transfer to a vehicle, based on the tunnel dimensions that have already been reported, it's clear it would not be possible for the wheelchair user to safely exit the vehicle in an emergency. The Boring Company has refused to answer basic questions about their plans for complying with the Americans with Disabilities Act. Over 2 months ago, our Mayor's Advisory Committee of Executive Leadership sent a letter to the Boring Company through the Mayor's office with a short set of questions about their accessibility plans with no response. One would expect that if they had any plans to comply with the ADA, the answers would be readily available based on the fact that they already have a fully operational tunnel in Vegas. The tunnel is almost certainly one massive, expensive, dangerous violation of the ADA. By letting the Boring Company get away with this, we are undermining the legitimacy of the ADA overall, slipping us back in time when people with disabilities were segregated from public space. Continuing to cooperate with the construction of this tunnel directly contradicts the values that this Metro government, including the Mayor's office, claims to uphold, most clearly demonstrated recently with the Disability Audit Resolution and, of course, our hosting of the 2034 Special Olympics. Governor Bill Lee has said this tunnel will define the future of transportation in Tennessee, but you can't call it the future if it leaves us in the past. Vote yes for this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is Craig Bardo. Mr. Bardo, are you present? Okay. Speaking on agenda item 6, resolution 2025-1659 in opposition. Members in the gallery, signs are allowed. I will just remind you, please be very careful to make sure you are not obstructing the view or participation of anyone around you. So sometimes that means you need to hold it kind of right in front of yourself and be mindful of who you might be blocking. Okay? Thank you very much. Go ahead, Mr. Bardo.
My name is Craig Bardo with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. What's before you tonight isn't about public safety. It's a response to the pressure created by the policies this body keeps advancing. Policies that extract from working people and transfer public power to private interests. You approve stadiums. You approve East Bank redevelopment. You approve corporate agreements that drain our wages and our taxes. And then you present market speculation as housing policy. Every one of those choices accelerates displacement. You're not resolving the crisis, you're managing its appearance as the people who built this city are pushed out. And when the consequences show up, rising rents, unaffordable utilities, neighborhoods erased, the response isn't support, it's control. More stability, not more stability for people, more tools to manage and control the people your policies displace. This MOU follows that same pattern. It shifts public authority into private hands and expands the machinery used to control the very people displaced by your agenda. That isn't governance for the public. It's administration on behalf of private power, and Nashville sees it. People see the tunnel, people see the call center, people see the evictions and the surveillance cameras that follow. These aren't separate problems. They're one system producing one crisis for the working class. And once people recognize one crisis, they begin to recognize themselves as one class. That's what's happening in this city. The working class of Nashville is finding itself and each other. And as that continues, this chamber will not retain its position as the political center of gravity in this city.
All right. Next is Nader Daguerre, after whom will be Deluvio Palazuolo and Stephen Watts. If those folks would go ahead and come on forward now. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am a proud member of this community, and I'm a professor of communication. I've traveled around the world and I've seen that nobody tends to solve social problems as security problems more than in the United States. My point is surveillance is not a social problem or a solution for a social problem. I see surveillance only as an introduction to more political repression. While you are heading that way, remember that this will come back to all of us. And passing the agenda from the administration to the state to the city is no good for us. Remember, you are representing us. There's a contract between us and you. You do not represent Washington or the state. You represent the people of Nashville, and that is your responsibility. So this is not about keeping tourists safe. It's about managing public funds, and public funds are a priority for, it should be spent as priority for the local community. We have so many people who are not finding even a place to stay. And so replacing cameras with new modern cameras will not bring safety to our community. I urge you not to follow, even though I understand that one of the council members told the news that the money will be dispersed to the partners no matter what the decision here is tonight. So we are just given this session to maybe for you to vote and for us to comment, and the agenda will be passed on. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify, and I should have indicated, Mr. Daguerre was speaking in opposition to 1659. Next is Deluvio Palazuolo speaking on agenda item 6, resolution 1659 in opposition. Go ahead.
My name is Deluvio Palazzolo, they, them. I'm with the Black Alliance for Peace Solidarity Network, and we in Nashville live on the lands of the Yuchi, Shawnee, and East Cherokee. I'm here to denounce the MOU and plead it be changed after a public hearing. This is surveillance. The fact that a public hearing wasn't fought for the minute this was brought up is damning shame for all who didn't care to demand one. The way it's written, along with some of Chief Gilder, Director Rosenberg, and COO Simpson's comments, makes it clear that MMPD and the oppressive faction of the Nashville government were upset they didn't get all the money and tools they wanted between the LPR, FUSIS, and budget fights, so they buddied up to NDP to find things similar to what they wanted while being different enough to avoid double jeopardy and timing conflicts when they went to the state for the safety grant. How on earth do armed vehicles, social media monitoring, and mass surveillance help improve our safety? They don't. The tools and technologies detailed in the MOU are declarations of war. It is about getting any means possible to eradicate all deemed lesser, literally referred to in the MOU as a blight, which is traditionally defined as something that impairs or destroys one's hopes and plans. The use of this term is terrifying, considering the claimed goal is attacking this blight, and the tools requested are for attacking humans, whose hopes require the ability to triangulate people talking on a bus, which COO Simpson himself referenced doing, or amplify SWAT raid ferocity. These are the hopes of fascists. Change the MOU. Free service public restrooms? Great. Lighting? Fantastic. Outreach? Outstanding. Do more of that. Repair the library. Remove ableist and anti-houseless infrastructure to replace it with accessible and empathetic ones. Renovate buildings for affordable housing and community resource havens. Invest in harm reduction centers. Fund cleanup crews. Build little pantries and bookstores. Do the MOU over with the intention of actually helping out our community. Leave the MNPD and corpocracy out. Put the people in. Weapons and wallets aren't Nashville. We are.
All right, moving on, Stephen Watts and Uriria Rodriguez will be after that, followed by Austin Forsyth. Stephen Watts is speaking on agenda item 6, 1659, the resolution in opposition. Go ahead.
Stephen Watts, District 10. The fact that this is not an automatic no is an indictment on the legitimacy of this deliberative body. Here are facts. Facts. MMPD, Mayor's Office, NDP, and the state collaborated on a surveillance procurement process without involving Community Review Board or City Council. Mayor's Office is now insisting that you sign onto a document produced through this closed-door process and calling that oversight. If this is a document that attempts to limit the use of surveillance, then why does it not place any limits on the use of the surveillance items that it lists? Why did it require the purchase of surveillance items and not limit the acquisition of any items to just those listed specifically on the MOU? Questions remain, and Freddie has not stepped in to provide clarity. There are no messages from the mayor. That is not only because this MOU process is the only way to allocate these funds through a process in which council would not end up with complete oversight. It would also put council outside of the bounds of Metro law. Metro Code Chapter 1308, Section 080 is clear. Entering any agreement to procure surveillance requires a public hearing. Upon entering an agreement, passing this resolution without a public hearing is an ultra-virus action outside this body's legal authority. Entering an agreement with this private entity without restricting that entity from its original purpose of passing money to Metro to acquire surveillance technology opens this deliberative process, this deliberative body up to the kind of litigation a civil rights lawyer could only dream of. This is without even placing the opportunities for abuses within the context of the Tennessee Information and Protection Act. So I am just so glad that many of the opinions that have been given that are contradicted by law, that their opinions are not law. This is the most progressive council in Nashville's history, and this resolution is a ticking time bomb. Do not care about us, care about you.
Thank you. Next is Uriria Rodriguez, speaking on agenda item 6. This is resolution 1659 in opposition, again followed by Austin Forsyth and then Sean Whitzel. Go ahead, please.
Good evening. I am the Reverend Judy Rodriguez, St. Augustine's Chapel, and NOAA, and District 26. I am here to request that you defer for one meeting the approval of this resolution 1659. Council members, this memorandum of understanding, the language, the vision that it casts, and even the process by which it came into being, it undermines the democratic process by which this council was elected to ensure that in any project that seeks the progress of our Nashville community, the voice of this community would be taken into account. This MOU lacks the integrity of due process and input from the community. I know that because if it had the input of the community, you would not be reading about militarized safety measures or AI surveillance. You would be hearing of how to invest in the programs and organizations doing proven and efficient work to prevent violence and crime, to build our community up and to build infrastructure that brings healing to our community. Council members, to make all of our community feel safe, we do not need to make some feel unsafe. Please grant this community the time and space to offer input and ask the mayor's office to receive this input and implement it in the amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Austin Forsyth, speaking on agenda item 5, resolution 2025-1655 in support. Go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Austin Forsyth. I'm a recent former employee of the Metro Department of Emergency Communications. There is a deep, long-standing toxicity in that department, and it is being perpetuated by the director. The mistreatment of employees is not a rumor. It is not an exaggeration. It is a documented pattern. Multiple brave employees have come forward with their stories. Over 100 employees submitted surveys detailing harassment, abuse, incompetence, and inconsistencies that happen inside that building. The employees have tried to go through the proper chain of command. They've gone to Metro HR and to the mayor's office. There's already been a private investigation done by the same private law firm that is doing the current investigation. And I can tell you that since that, a couple of years ago, the behaviors have not changed. Both the mayor's office and HR have ignored the employees' voices. They've ignored the pleas, the warnings, and the cries for help from the workers who show up every single day to protect this city. Just because the numbers look good, they look the other way. Or worse, they gaslight the employees who keep the city safe. These employees are our first responders. They protect the residents of Nashville, our visitors, and their fellow first responder partners. They hear the absolute worst moments in a person's life every single shift. In the 911 community, we say your worst day is our every day, and that's what they live with. Yet they continue to be subjected to a hostile environment created and maintained by their director. Leadership should be held to a higher standard, never a lower one, than the people they're supposed to guide and support. So I'm asking you, please, put aside personal differences, look past politics, stand with the workers who have been ignored for too long, support this resolution, and help us finally hold this director accountable for his actions, just as any other employee would be held accountable for theirs.
Thank you. Next is Sean Whitzel, speaking on agenda item 6, resolution 2025-1659 in opposition. After Sean Whitzel will be Michelle Flynn and Elliot Perry. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Sean Whitzel with Nashville Organized for Action and Hope, here in opposition to Resolution 2025-1659. This request is not an attempt to obstruct public safety efforts. It is a request for clarity, integrity, and due process before Nashville commits significant public funds, authority, and policy direction that will shape how safety is defined and experienced downtown for years to come. I am asking for a one-meeting deferral and a public hearing. Based on review of the current draft language and discussion in recent meetings, several unresolved issues remain that warrant council's pause. Unclear governance and accountability, late-stage amendments and insufficient review time, surveillance and technology without clear guardrails, equity and double standards, failure to fully center prevention and mental health. Public safety must be human-centered. Public safety cannot be measured only by technology, equipment, or enforcement presence. For Black, brown, immigrant, low-income, unhoused, disabled Nashvillians, these approaches have often resulted in increased harm rather than safety. I ask that you defer for one meeting for time for a public hearing, more community weigh-in, and reflection. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is Michelle Flynn, speaking on agenda item 6, resolution 1659 in opposition. Go ahead.
Yes, this is the season when Kwanzaa is being celebrated by African-American individuals in our community. It is also the season of Hanukkah, where our Jewish members of this community are celebrating, right now. We also have Ramadan, where our Muslim neighbors are celebrating. We also have, for our Buddhist folks, I don't know if people know this, but it's a celebration for Bodhi, the time when Siddhartha became the Buddha, because he became enlightened. It's also the celebration of Jesus Christ. Yes, we know many of us in here hold to the Christian faith. And so I want to draw your attention to one of the earliest times when surveillance was actually used and reported in the Bible by Matthew. And Matthew talks about the moment when King Herod, after Jesus was born in Bethlehem, King Herod went to surveil all the Jewish children under the age of 2 and ordered that they be murdered, yes? And the only reason why Jesus exists today in your hearts and in your history and in your faith is because the wise men on their way to visit Jesus were stopped, right, by the Lord, by the word of God, and then also by an angel, and told, do not tell Herod, because Herod's people came and said, you must tell us where this Christ Jesus is, because his being a king, who's threatening to King Herod. But the wise men did not report. They went the other direction. And I'm asking you in your hearts to act out of wisdom today. Do not surveil the people in this community. You hurt not the tourists. The tourists are great with this. The people who live here, you're dividing us.
Thank you. Your
Don't
time
do
has
it.
concluded. Thank you. Next is Elliot Perry speaking on agenda item 54. This is resolution 1006, speaking in opposition. Go ahead.
Council members, thank you for your time. My name is Elliot Perry. I live in District 21. I'm also the president of the Home Builders Association's Infill Council. So I live in Davidson County, I build in Davidson County, and I work hard to bring affordable housing here. I'm here asking you to defer this bill 1 month so we can examine the consequences of the height restrictions. On the surface, I love a lot of what is in this bill, but the height restrictions you're bringing to the table are making it incredibly difficult to bring affordable housing to Nashville. I spoke last night on a lot of the different home types that this bill is going to block, but I'm going to focus tonight on one. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house with a 1-car garage. In downtown Nashville, that looks like a 3-story building with either a rear or front-loading garage. If this bill passes, the height restrictions inside it will take that building down to 2 stories. It becomes 1,000 square feet, and now it's a home for roommates, not a home for a family. We are taking product off the table with height restrictions. I need to drive that home. I'm not building these houses right now. I don't have stake in this. I just believe, I live in this city and I believe in affordable housing, and I believe that we can do it together. I'm just asking for more time so we can talk about how to address the pain points many of you have brought to me. And I understand them. I see them in my community. Brandon can attest to some of the things that have gone on that are not appropriate. That's there. That's real. I can understand that. So I'm asking you to defer this bill for 1 month so that we can come to some standards that work for everybody as we move forward and keep bringing family homes into Nashville. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right. With over a minute of residual time remaining, we will go into our wait list, 1 spot. We have about a minute and a half of residual time. And Nick Wisniewski on agenda item 44, ordinance BL 2025-1192. Nick, are you present? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Good evening, Council. My name is Nick Wisniewski, and I'm a homeowner. I reside at 38 Railroad Court in Old Hickory, Tennessee. I'm here to comment on the resolution line, item number 44 on your agenda, Resolution BL 2025-1192, renaming Railroad Court to Magnolia Shores. I'm a homeowner on the street, and I'm also the Vice President of the Homeowners Association. For y'all's consideration, I'd just like to note that all the homeowners in the community are on a unanimous vote to request the name change to Magnolia Shores from Railroad Court. The primary reason for this change is every homeowner has had issues communicating the name, spelling it, pronouncing it, receiving mail packages, and getting their loved ones and friends to their homes. Additionally, while we haven't had any emergency services needed in the neighborhood to date, there's a huge concern with the discrepancies on how it's spelled and pronounced that would impact it in the future. I'd also like to note that the neighborhood is marketed underneath the name Magnolia Shores. The homeowners refer to it in that way as well. The association believes the name Magnolia Shores is consistent with the historical nature of the area, which we would like to maintain. So the name we've coordinated with Metro both aligns with what Metro has approved and fits with what the homeowners think is in the best interest. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. All right, that does conclude our public comment time. Next on our agenda is Section I regarding rules of procedure. There is a proposed amendment to the Rules of Procedure, Rule 9.3, regarding the introduction of legislation by Councilmember Evan Siegel, and we take up these items much as we do legislation by rule. When they are first appear on y'all's agenda, they are deferred, and so this was on the last agenda for your consideration and is now up for discussion if the sponsor chooses to move it. Ms. Evans-Seal, you're recognized.
Thank you. We can move it, but I think we need committee reports.
You do,
and it's
yes,
been
ma'am.
deferred, so.
Go ahead, Mr. Cash, Chair.
Thanks. We moved deferral, and it was 4 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, one meeting.
Okay. All right, and much like Rule 8.1 will be applied here, just as for legislation, and that is a mandatory deferral by rule. This will be taken up again at the next meeting, which is the first meeting in January 20th. Okay? All right. Okay, council members, at this juncture, prior to moving into our public hearing items and without objection, in an effort to avoid potential confusion and conflation regarding our 2 agenda items that are related to CBIDs, and further in an effort that the public hearing specifically about the proposed establishment of a Midtown CBID proceed clearly and efficiently, I am going to move agenda item 6, resolution 2025-1659 regarding a memorandum of understanding with the downtown CBID forward on the agenda. All right. And so with that, this is agenda item, resolution 2025-1659, item 6, sponsor Toombs, Huffman, and Johnston. This is a resolution approving a letter of agreement and memorandum of understanding between the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County and the Nashville Downtown Partnership related to an application for the financial year 26 Downtown Public Safety Grant from the state of Tennessee. Sponsor Toombs, you are recognized, Chair of Budget and Finance, to get this resolution before us for consideration.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Move for approval.
Let's get our committee reports, please.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval of Amendment 1, 9 in favor, 0 against, 1 not voting. Recommended approval of Amendment 2, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, and recommended approval of the resolution as amended, 6 in favor, 0 against, 2 not voting.
Okay. All right, and next for the report of the Public Health and Safety Committee, Chair Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Health and Safety recommended approval of Amendment 1-7 in favor, 1 against, none not voting. Approval of Amendment 2, 6 in favor, 0 against, 2 not voting. And on the late filed Amendment 2, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. As amended, the motion was recommended for approval, 6 in favor, 1 against, 1 not voting.
Okay. And just to clarify, Chair Huffman, late filed Amendment 2 being the second amendment of Councilmember Sepulveda?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So it is back to you, Chair Toombs, for a motion to get the bill before us, please, ma'am.
Move for approval.
Is there a second? Okay, so we are on to discussion now on Resolution 1659. First in the queue is Council Member Sepulveda. You are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to suspend the rules to move the late filed Amendment 2.
All right. There is a request for a suspension of the rules to get. Okay. All right. I am getting advice from special counsel as far as order of operations. Your amendment, if we were to consider it by suspending the rules, contemplates the passage of Sponsor Toombs' Amendment 1, so they speak to and work with each other. You are recognized first. Would you want to defer your time to Ms. Toombs to go ahead and get that
I'll defer my time.
Okay. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I move for approval of Amendment 1.
Okay. Properly moved and seconded. We're on a motion to amend with Amendment 1. Is there anything that you want to share briefly about that amendment?
I would defer to Director Darby.
Okay. Director Darby, regarding Ms. Toombs's Amendment 1, please, ma'am. Oh, I'm sorry, Special Counsel, go ahead.
This amendment replaces the Memorandum of Understanding with a new version. The new version contains a couple of changes. One, it changes the tense of some of the statements from the previous MOU into past tense versus future tense. That was a little confusing. It also adds a requirement that the NDP and Metro comply with all federal, state, and local laws, including Section 13.08.080 of the Metro Code of Laws. And if there are further changes to the amendment that I did not address, I would defer to Mr. Rosenberg.
All right, Ms. Toombs, does that sufficiently cover the nature of the amendment?
Yes.
All right. With that, we are on to discussion on the motion to amend. Ms. Sepulveda, do you want to be recognized at this time on the motion to amend? Mr. Nash on the motion to amend. Anyone in the queue presently that wants to be recognized on the motion to amend, if you would raise your hand. Okay, we will hold on the motion to amend. Ms. Swara? Okay. All right. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I will refer everyone to the committee meetings, both for some of the comments, but I just want to go on record as saying that I'm not in support of this amendment. I know that the intent is to clarify some of the misunderstanding from the original memorandum, which was very confusing in its states because it was talking about things that already happened. And so I'm glad that that is doing that. But like I said in committee, and I'm not asking question on this, but I'm just making those statements, is that I continue to feel like this memorandum of understanding should be with the DMC and not with the NDP. And every time that I go back and look at it, there's always confusion about who is doing what and who got what. I think after my question in the last committee, there was also a reference to a letter of agreement that actually state all three entities in that as part of the reason why the NDP is the one we're doing things with. I go back to if NDP, DMC, and Metro are all working together on this, I believe that the substitute and the correction should have all three entities listed. And since it's not with that, I would not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
All right. We are continuing on the discussion for the motion to amend with Ms. Toombs's Amendment 1. Anyone that is presently already in the queue, just making sure. Ms. Allen, Ms. Porterfield, Ms. Allen is in the queue before you, and so I will recognize her on the motion to amend. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to speak in favor of this amendment. I understand the concerns about the MDP and the MPC and the alphabet soup of other organizations. I think those can be addressed, or they need to be addressed equally, regardless of which of these versions of the MOU we have. And I do appreciate the clarifications that are in this amendment. It also mentions that if cameras are installed, they will be installed by Metro, and that's important because that ensures that that is subject not only to the accountability, but also to the public hearing requirements. And we've heard from the public that that's a very important piece of this. And it also points out in a number of places where these pieces of equipment are either replacing existing stuff so that it clarifies to some degree that much of this is not new technology. It's just what has been used to keep us safe downtown and has not been abused in the past. And I think that's an important statement to make. I think it is compatible with making those changes to that. I think it is compatible with the deferral if we decide to do that. But I believe that this particular amendment makes this a better starting point for all the discussion that we have from here. So I rise in support of this.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. And now Ms. Porterfield on the motion to amend. Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
No worries, Vice Mayor. Thank you so much. Special Counsel Darby, could you, for the purposes of the viewing audience, explain what that, the code that you referenced earlier about, basically about requiring a public hearing for any surveillance? Can you please explain it for the record?
Go ahead, Special Counsel.
Certainly, Metro Code of Laws, Section 13.08.080 applies to surveillance technology and the steps that Metro has to take if they are doing a number of things with surveillance technology. And the number one thing that has to happen is a public hearing would need to be held if Metro were acquiring. So in the future, if the NDP decides to, or the NDP and Metro decide that there's to be a donation or a gift of any of these funds or any equipment that may have been purchased with these funds, then those donations and gifts would have to come to the council for approval. And if any of those donations or gifts involved surveillance technology, then there would need to be a public hearing before the council as well.
Thank you so much, Director Darby. We discussed this in both Budget and Finance as well as Public Health and Safety, but I just wanted to make sure to get it on the record for today because I know we have a lot of people in this room and a lot of people that are watching that were not in attendance for some of those conversations. So I just wanted to make sure that that was very clear and on the record. Thank you.
All right. Is there any further discussion on the motion to amend with Amendment 1, Ms. Toombs' amendment? Okay, just double checking. No one in the queue. That's on the main bill. No one seeking to be recognized on the motion to amend. Okay, with that, we'll move to the vote. We'll try it by voice. All in favor of Amendment 1, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no? All right. That is recognized, but the amendment does prevail. And so, Ms. Toombs, it is back to you, please, for a motion to renew your approval as amended.
Move for approval as amended.
Okay. All right. So now we are on to discussion of the resolution as amended. And so we will go back to the top of the queue. And Ms. Sepulveda, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move to suspend the rules to take up late filed Amendment 2.
Is there any objection to the suspension of the rules? Seeing none, the rules are suspended. Go ahead, Ms. Sepulveda, regarding your amendment.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So the amendment essentially takes out LeoSite and 5CAS, and this is a compromise that the parties came to, which I do appreciate. There were several concerns, and granted, there are still things that I am not entirely comfortable with, to say the least. But this is what we were able to come up with. So I ran with it. So if you all could support this, I would greatly appreciate it. And with that, I would move for approval.
Just about to ask you that. I was like, I think we're talking about it, and we have not made that motion, but there is a proper motion to amend with Amendment 2/4, Ms. Sepulveda here as described, and it is properly seconded. So we are now on to discussion on the motion to amend with Ms. Sepulveda's late filed amendment. Is there anyone in the queue seeking to be recognized specifically on that amendment? Mr. Nash is waving no. Anyone else in the queue at this time regarding the amendment? Okay, I'm just looking down the queue, making sure. Ms. Swara, you are next in the queue seeking to be recognized on the amendment. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I just wanted to rise in support of this amendment. I thank the sponsor for bringing it in, all the parties for agreeing to it. I think this is part of the whole thing that people are really against, and the fact that we made an attempt to correct, not all of it, but some of it is still very good. I think one of the speakers tonight talked about how we define safety. And now we have to make sure that as we're talking about safety, we're not thinking about safety of some group at the expense of the others. And I think this amendment does that by making sure that the part of this exhibit that is very prolific, that can be misused, is being taken out. And so with that, again, I rise in support, and I ask everyone to please support this. We have to look out for each other. It's about the safety of all of us, not some of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swara. And next, Ms. Allen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the sponsor of this and the sections that are taken out. I have a question about the language that was inserted in Amendment 1, which I think is important. that is not included in the top 3 items under technology of this. This will overwrite that, is that correct?
I'm happy to defer to special counsel on the compatibility of the amendments.
Correct.
Go ahead.
The Sepulveda amendment will remove the 2 items for CSC software.
And that seems responsive to what we're hearing. I guess my concern is that under safety cameras, it says video cameras installed to enhance public safety by monitoring activity and deterring crime. That's language that was in the original version. Amendment 1 had said video-only cameras installed by Metro to enhance public safety by monitoring activity and deterring crime. Such cameras will replace or be replaced alongside existing cameras. That language is not in, if I'm looking at the right late filed amendment 2, or maybe I'm not.
There were 2.
Okay.
So in my mind, it was kind of 1, 2, 3, 4. So there was an initial late file amendment by Councilmember Sepulveda, and then there was a subsequent late filed amendment that was fairly late breaking. So special counsel, can you
just clarify if that has the language from Amendment 1 that we just approved in it?
Yes.
I'll need to pull up.
That's fine.
Maybe it was an early. And for example, it says noise camera devices installed by Metro that would record instances of excessive noise and street racing to support noise ordinance enforcement and protect pedestrians. That language is not in the version that I'm looking at, but maybe I'm not looking at the right one. I'm just trying to.
It is in the amendment, I believe.
Okay. Councilmember.
Is that correct? Special counsel, can you just clarify?
The draft that was circulated did not have the language from the Toombs amendment at the top. It was intended to, and we can quickly get that circulated to the body.
Okay.
Because that was absolutely the intent of Ms. Sepulveda's amendment, to amend the Toombs amendment by only removing the 2 software paragraphs. But so we can quickly get that circulated in order to have that amendment be before the body.
Okay, I think if that was her intention, I think that's the best of all.
It's absolutely the intention.
All right. Is that sufficient to clarify on the compatibility of the 2? Okay, thank you. Okay, we are continuing on with discussion on Councilmember Sepulveda's second late amendment. Is there any further discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, all in favor of the motion to amend, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay. Even so, the motion to amend does prevail. Just requires a simple majority. And with that, or any abstentions? Okay, so, all right. Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
And so I should have heard this. So what we just voted on is the quickly to be circulated version, or will that need to be,
No, I apologize.
As well.
The body does have the late filed amendment. What special counsel was indicating is the revised MOU that was attached to Ms. Toombs's is, okay. Special counsel, if you would clarify, please. Point of clarification. Go ahead.
So the amendment presented by Councilmember Sepulveda was intended to amend the Toombs amendment simply by deleting the two provisions regarding software. The amendment that was previously circulated included language from the original MOU attachment, not the Toombs attachment. So we are quickly making that change right now in order to circulate the intended version to the body.
Okay, as we proceed with discussion, do you seek to be recognized again? Yep, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And so we have not yet voted on that one to be circulated, or in essence, that was what we were voting on. I'm just trying to make sure I understand.
I think it might be proper for a motion to amend the amendment to include the
Intended
version,
language.
the intended
Okay.
version that should be circulated.
Thank you.
quickly.
I'll do that if someone else doesn't. Thank you.
Okay. So, where we are at this juncture, special counsel, is we have just voted on Ms. Sepulveda's late amendment, and that vote did prevail. And so I was going to go back to Ms. Toombs to renew her motion to approve as amended with Amendment 1, her amendment, and Ms. Sepulveda's Amendment 2. Is that your intent, Chair, at this time? Oh, I'm sorry. Oop. Go ahead.
Well, I do have a point of parliamentary procedure.
Yep, go ahead.
Since we are doing another late file of the late file, do we need to suspend the rules again to amend the late filed amendment?
Special Counsel Darby.
Yes, that will need
And
to
at
happen.
what point will we need to do that?
Shortly, we are trying to get the document circulated to the body as we speak.
Okay.
Just.
All right.
So should I go ahead and move forward with move for approval as amended, or?
I think let's, if you see fit, you could renew the motion so that we could continue with discussion with the understanding by the body that when you do receive the accurate documentation at that time, then we can, if the body wills it, suspend the rules to amend the previous amendment. And we'll just kind of stack it on in that way. There are 4 members that have been in the queue for quite a while, I think, to discuss the bill more generally. And so I will inquire with them if they want to proceed with that discussion based on where the bill is now.
Okay, well, move for approval as amended with Amendment 1 and the Sepulveda Amendment 2.
Okay, all righty. So we're on to general discussion pending receiving.
It's been received.
Okay, it is in your inboxes, council members. So we are on to general discussion. At this time, Mr. Nash, or you don't want to be recognized at this time. Does anyone in the queue for general discussion seek to be recognized? Okay, Mr. Coupin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move to suspend the rules for my late filed amendment.
Okay, Ms. Darby, can you speak before we proceed with that to the compatibility of that late file relative to the one that you have just provided to the body, please, ma'am?
The late file presented by Mr. Coupin will not conflict with the late filed by Councilmember Sepulveda. It amends the recitals and is actually intended to be consistent with the late filed amendment from Councilmember Sepulveda.
Okay, which means that is a proper motion at this time for our consideration. Is there any objection to the suspension of the rules to take up Mr. Coupin's so, Mr. Coupin, I apologize. This is not your proposed Amendment 2, but rather your late filed
Yes.
amendment.
I don't know the number.
Okay. Your late filed amendment. Okay. Is there any objection to the suspension of the rules? There is one. Oh, okay. There is no objection. Seeing no objection to the suspension of the rules for consideration of this late file amendment, which members will find in their inboxes, the rules are suspended, and you can now make that motion, Mr. Coupin.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to move the amendment with a brief explanation.
Okay. Is there a second for the motion to amend with the late filed amendment of Mr. Coupin? Okay. We're on to discussion. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. So this, I'll explain the late filed nature in a moment, but most of this is the timely filed amendment that I had that described kind of the process, how the parties were acting, what capacity they were acting within, and where the money is going, what it's intended to be spent on, what the NDP intends to keep, what the NDP intends to gift to Metro but operate, and what the NDP intends to gift to Metro and not operate, as well as codifying or clarifying that any gifts that are accepted have to go through council approval, and anything with surveillance in it has to go through the public hearing. The late filed nature was in response to Councilwoman Sepulveda's amendment that then changed where the money was being spent. So then this late filed amendment also matches Councilwoman Sepulveda's amendment as far as where the dollars are going.
All right. Is there any further discussion on Mr. Coupin's amendment as just described? I'm seeing folks that have held in the queue for quite a while now, but just in an abundance of caution. Anyone in the queue at this time seeking to be recognized for Mr. Coupin's amendment? If so, would you please raise your hand just so I can make sure? Okay, seeing none, we are on to the vote regarding that amendment. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right. That amendment that motion to amend has prevailed. Ms. Toombs, if you could renew your motion for approval, and then I think special counsel at this time, all members of the body having received the appropriate documentation and due to a clerical error of staff, I will go back then, special counsel, to Ms. Sepulveda so that we can get that. Can you, okay, first let's just renew. Ms. Toombs, thank you.
Move for approval as amended with Amendment 1, the Sepulveda 2 amendment, and the Coupin amendment.
Okay. All right. So we are back on to discussion, and special counsel, can you please opine on what we need to do next, please, ma'am? Go ahead.
It would be appropriate for Councilmember Sepulveda to move the corrected version of your late filed amendment. You would need to suspend the rules to do that. There was a clerical error, but this, the late filed amendment, the corrected late filed amendment has been distributed to all the council members. It should be in your email.
Okay. Ms. Sepulveda, go ahead.
All right. Move to suspend the rules on the new amendment.
Which is, special counsel, the same as the previous amendment, but with a appropriate attachment, correct?
Yes, there are 5 items on the, under technology on the Toombs amendment, and this will remove 2 related to software, and the 3 remaining match the language from the Toombs amendment.
All right. Is there any objection to the suspension of the rules for that purpose? We're kind of right back where we were earlier. Again, seeing none, the rules are suspended. Go ahead, Ms. Sepulveda.
Move for approval.
Okay, properly moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on that? Any additional discussion? Anyone in the queue? Ms. Vo, you seek to be recognized on this amendment. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you so much, Chair. I just want to be really, if we can get some clarification on the public hearing requirement. Could Special Darby read specifically 13.08.080.c.2 require, like what requires a public hearing? Can she read that section and then the following one as well?
Okay, special counsel, can you share about 13.08.080, please, ma'am? Right, if you'll hold just for a minute. Ms. Darby did speak to it earlier, but I recognize that your ask is to basically to read it verbatim, just sort of for the record and for community understanding. All right, we appreciate the community and members' patience. There are a lot of moving parts on this one, so.
So,
go ahead.
13080C is the section that requires a public hearing for several actions that the council would take. Installing, entering into agreements, accepting funds, acquiring new surveillance technology, entering into intergovernmental agreements, and acquiring data captured. So C2 is what you've asked me
Yes,
specifically
C2
about?
and C3.
So
if you don't mind.
C2 is
Thank
about
you.
entering into agreements with private entities to acquire, share, or otherwise use surveillance technology or the information it provides if such agreement includes exchange of any monetary or any other form of consideration from any source, including the assessment of any additional fees, interest, or surcharges on unpaid fines or debts absent approval of the Metropolitan Council.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure that was clear for everyone.
Okay, I appreciate that. Is there any further? Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
I'm not sure that C3 was read, or maybe I didn't hear it. I heard C2, but I didn't hear C3.
Okay. Ms. Darby?
C2 is accepting state or federal funds or in-kind or other donations for surveillance technology.
Thank you, Director.
Okay. So were you, Ms. Special Counsel, can you, so C3 has been read, was that your ask?
Yeah, Councilmember Vo's ask was for C2 and C3, so I just wanted to make sure that C3 was read. I know some of our constituents were asking for it to be, but she just read
That
it.
subsequently. Okay, I'm sorry. I heard C2 again, but that was C3.
But she read C3. Yeah.
Okay, I
Thank you.
appreciate the clarification. All right. We continue with discussion on the motion to amend with Ms. Sepulveda's amended amendment. Is there anyone else in the queue that is seeking to be recognized on that motion to amend? All right, seeing none, we'll move to the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right. So, Ms. Toombs, it is back to you. I think at this juncture, we have taken up all the amendments, all the late amendments, all the amended late amendments, and if you could just restate where we are on your bill as amended. Go ahead.
Move for approval as amended. Do I need to name the amendments?
That's fine. It's amendment 1.
Sepulveda
Toombs,
Amendment 2.
late filed.
Sepulveda Amendment.
Yep.
And the Coupon Amendment.
That's correct. Okay. You've heard restatement and renewal of the motion to approve as amended. So now, all those of you who were very patient in the queue, waiting for the general discussion, top of the queue and very patient is Councilmember Nash. You are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I hate to belabor the issue, but hopefully it's kind of clear now that by approving this MOU, we're not automatically approving anything that's in it. All those items, the restrooms would have to come back before council before we could accept the money to fund those for NDOT or water, whoever's going to install those. Likewise, the money going to hire people, if there were, that's the one that's working for the downtown business. But likewise, the surveillance has to come before council, has to have a public hearing. So all the folks that are wanting a public hearing, you're going to get them. If that money comes to us, if that gets offered to us, you'll get your public hearing and you'll get your input. I think the people who have amended this bill have worked hard to make sure that that's clear, and we should move forward.
Thank you, Mr. Nash. Next in the queue is Councilmember Welsh. You're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I would like to move a one-meeting deferral and require a public hearing.
Okay. Y'all, please don't yell out in the middle of the meeting. Okay, so there is a motion to defer. It is properly seconded, and so we are on to discussion on the motion to defer. Would you like to say something at this time regarding the deferral?
Yes, thank you. First of all, we just received a link to a public records request about how this came together and how surveillance was added. So I'd like time to review that. I also feel that the community has more to say about this bill and they need to be heard, and we need to make proper amendments as necessary before we move forward. As you can see tonight, there was a lot of confusion about what was happening here with this bill. So I think a deferral is right and proper, and I ask my colleagues to support it, and along with the public hearing.
Okay.
That was part of my initial motion.
Are you amending your motion?
No, that was part of my original motion.
Okay.
A one meeting deferral and a public hearing.
Okay, it needs a date certain. If to be a proper motion, you can combine a deferral and a request for a public hearing, but it needs to be both for the deferral and the public hearing. You need to state the dates that you want those to happen.
I move to defer to the meeting of January 20th and have a public hearing on January 20th.
Okay, is there a second for that motion? Okay. All right. So we are on to discussion on that deferral of one meeting with a public hearing at that same meeting on January 20th. Mr. Bradford or anybody else in the queue, is anyone in the queue presently seeking to be recognized on the motion to defer? Yes. Okay. So with that, Mr. Bradford, you don't seek to be recognized on the deferral, but other than that, members, it looks like we're just going to go in order of the queue, okay? First there is Mr. Coupin. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. And this has really been a tough kind of decision and thought process for me with this legislation. There's really some great things in here. We've got public restrooms, homeless outreach, lights, and downtown safety we know is incredibly important. I've worked hard with, when Riley Strain lost his life, getting fencing up there. We've worked with Red Frogs to bring them to downtown, getting countless people home safely. The Office of Nightlife has worked with One Box, saving 14 lives with Narcan and Safe Bar and so many things. And when I first saw this legislation, I was troubled because those pieces were not incorporated. As someone who works hard on downtown safety, I didn't know that this was happening. I wasn't part of this conversation. When I asked around to others, they weren't as well. And so, you know, again, but money for downtown safety is important. So I kind of went forward with it and have been working through it. But every page that I turn on this thing, it gets more and more convoluted and complicated. As somebody that has worked with deals in my day job, I still can't reconcile how a grant contract that was submitted that says only DMC and an MOU that says only NDP and a letter of intent that says DMC and NDP, how they all reconcile. And, you know, again, I'm supportive of downtown safety. I work hard for downtown safety. It's my district. I care about it. I care about keeping the people safe there. But we also hear that this MOU, without it, the money still flows. NDP gets the money. Metro could still get the money. NDP could bring, even before January 20th, we could bring the actual grant contracts to the council to be voted on, to be discussed. And so I just think that and then lastly, I think that the fact that we are now trying to vote on late file versions of amendments that the public hasn't seen that are being passed around on a $15 million grant for downtown safety. It's such an important piece of legislation. It's an important amount of money, and it's the core of our city. And I think we owe it to the public, and we owe it to us, and we owe it to the body to be thoughtful and thorough with this. So I will be supporting the one meeting deferral. I think it gives us time to clean this up. I think it gets time to give it right. We may not even need it by January 20th. We may be able to just bring the actual items to us. Let's get it passed. The money's still going to flow, to my understanding. I see limited downside here and a lot of upside. And I think it's important for good governance to get this right. So I will be supporting the one meeting deferral. Thanks.
Knowing that Mr. Bradford does not want to speak on the deferral motion, I'll go next to Ms. Hill. You're recognized, Chair Hill. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I was going to stand up and ask for deferral myself anyway because I'm against this of how it is overall. But I think a deferral would give an opportunity with all the confusion of the late filed and the different amendments to get out to the public, make sure everybody understands what's going on, and maybe we can change some things and make this better. As it sits, I'm against it 100%, but I think with maybe the deferral, we can maybe do something to change it.
All right. Next in the queue is Councilmember Parker. You're recognized, sir.
Previous question.
All right. Mr. Parker has called the previous question. Is there a second? Okay, this is a non-debatable motion. It requires 2/3 of those voting to pass. If you are in favor of the previous question, that means you want to end discussion and move to the vote. Is that how you want to proceed at this point, Mr. Parker? We are proceeding with the previous question?
I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Okay. All right. The previous question is withdrawn. Mr. Bradford, you do not seek to be recognized. So next in the queue is Councilmember Porterfield. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Parker. Can we get MPD on the record that they will not spend this money prior to any MOU or before this comes back to the council? When we talked about the effects of a deferral in both public health and safety and in budget and finance, what we were told at that time that if we deferred, there's nothing stopping MPD from spending this money. So can we get a commitment from MPD? Because my assumption is that they would want to be good partners with the city and with the council. So can we get some type of commitment from them that they're not going to spend anything until we come back and have a public hearing and vote on the whether there's a revised MOU or whatever it is that will be voted on in January?
Okay, so this is your time for discussion. You have posed a question towards the administration. Obviously, this is not like committee. We don't kind of elevate random members of different departments to address things, but we can acknowledge the administration in that regard. Is that same question one that you want to direct generally to the mayor's administration?
I would like to direct that to the mayor's administration, and I would love if the mayor's administration can get a commitment from MPD.
Okay, Councilmember Rosenberg, do you want to respond? Oh, you're not a council member, friend. I mean, we sat on the back row together for 8 years. Sometimes my brain just goes there. Mr. Rosenberg, for the mayor's office, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Dave Rosenberg for the mayor's office. You're asking about NDP?
Yeah, what did I say? MPD?
Yeah, I thought I was like MNPD, NDP. We have a whole lot of acronyms.
Y'all.
Yeah, and I would ask the body, especially on these matters, if you would just say the Nashville Downtown Partnership, NDP.
Duly noted.
Okay. Mr. Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam President. I cannot speak for the Nashville Downtown Partnership.
Understood, but and I know that typically we do not allow anyone outside of council members or administration or someone sitting up here to be able to speak, but I think that it would be prudent for us to have this information so that we can know the, good or bad, what could potentially happen if we move forward with the deferral.
You have spoken that request into the universe. I believe the Nashville Downtown Partnership can hear that, and I would suggest that if they want to be on the record in that regard, they can email the body. But I cannot begin to now recognize members of the audience and representatives of that. That is what we do in committee. I do appreciate the concern. The administration could likewise, if they so chose, confer with that entity, but I can't require them to do so. The ask has been made, and we can see if that can be achieved in the context of this discussion time.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. They can also meet me at the back sidebar if they want to have a conversation with me. Thank you.
Hey, everybody, please, let's not yell. Okay. All right. Councilmember Suara, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I rise in support of the deferral for every reason that everybody is mentioned and for all the questions that I've been trying to ask for the last 2 weeks. And like I said, every time that I get an answer, it makes me more confused. Every time that I open something, it's something else. And I think it's very important for all of us to be clear on this. A lot of us read all of this over and over and over and over again. And if we're not being able to make any sense of it and we're getting any document, then it makes sense that the public will want something better as well. So with that, I rise in support. I also wanted to say that if I understand correctly, with the grant notification that went out, the purpose of this is for NDP, DMC to work with the metro entity, to work with metro government. That's how the grant was put out by the state. And that's why the state requires that if one is applying, the other should not be applying. So I don't see NDP or DMC buying something now without metro knowing about it. I just want to put that there. But I want to amend the deferral motion, if that is possible, and tell me if that's possible, to also add that we require that the administration work with NDP to make sure that, or talk to NDP, make a formal request as part of that motion, if we can do that in one. We're deferring it, but we're also asking the administration to work with NDP to not do anything until January 20th.
Special counsel, can you opine on whether such a motion to amend the current motion is proper? Is your request, Ms. Suara, to specifically constrain the
spending of the money?
Okay, special counsel.
I don't think that we can do that. The motion before us is a motion to defer which is a proper motion combined with a request for a public hearing on January 20th, which is also a proper motion pursuant to our rules, and both are pursuant to Robert's rules. What you are trying to do is add a substantive element to that motion, which is ostensibly the same thing as some of the substance of the underlying piece of legislation. Okay. So you're trying to
I withdraw that, but I just like my colleague spoke it into the universe, then I'm adding it and I'm asking the administration and the DMC and the NDP to not spend any money until this agreement is formalized, or yes, until this agreement is approved by council, and allowing that deferral to take place. So thank you.
All right, so noted. Next, Councilmember Harrell. We are on a motion to defer with a public hearing. Go ahead, sir.
So first, I'm always going to be against surveillance. However, I have concerns with this deferral. Based off of the information we received while we were in the budget committee yesterday, it is my understanding if we defer this, the funds move without any consent. Also, it is my understanding, and please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but if we also defer this MOU no longer have any power, so they can do what they want with these funds. And so if we want to be the body that our people elected us to do the job that they elect us to do, I think that we need this MOU. Now, I don't agree with what's in it, but I'd rather have some control versus no control.
Thank you, Mr. Harrell. Councilmember Evan Siegel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Following along those lines and the lines of the council member who was next to me, I think, and I caught up on budget and finance, people drip your pipes, otherwise you might miss work. I think my understanding is that the Nashville Downtown Partnership can get the funds. They can choose to spend the funds. What we can't do is we can't take the funds. So any funds in here that were for things that Metro was going to do, we will not be able to do. But I was hoping that either Metro Legal or Special Counsel can confirm that that is a correct understanding.
Okay. Special Counsel, can you speak to that, please?
Yes, that's my understanding of the grant program from the state, is that it was a grant offered to either the local government, the CBID, or the organization managing the CBID.
All right. Thank you, Special Counsel. I think with that, I think I agree with my colleague who has worries about it being deferred. I think we've made it infinitely better, but I still think there's money that we would like to control how it's spent in here. And I would hate to think that all 15 million is going to go for things that we don't want to support, even if it is not to us. But I'm going to listen to the rest of the debate before I decide.
Okay. The debate on the deferral with a public hearing continues. Next in the queue is Councilmember Benedict. You're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I think my question is for Director Darby. If we vote this down, or if we vote to defer this, and we lose control and the money could be spent, in the court of public opinion, clearly the public wants, they're here tonight. They're talking to us, they're emailing us, they're telling us, and they'd like us to take action that protects them. Certainly in public comment, we heard a lot of very good information. So my question is, if the timeline runs out for this, would a new grant application need to be made? Or would this, again, hypothetically, if we vote this down, would a new grant application be able to be made? And would it be by the city? Would it be by the NDP? Can you walk me through that?
Special Counsel Darby, you're recognized.
The grant application period was in October 2nd to I think the 24th. So that period has run, the grant application was made, the award has been made to the applicant.
Okay, thank you. So, thank you, Chair. So, I think this needs to be deferred. I'm supportive of a deferral, and I think I want to go back to the court of public opinion. If we talk about building trust with the public and listening to the public and their lack of trust in government and in organizations that work with the government today, we see that at all levels. And at the local level, people have the loudest voice. They have the most connection, right? I'm far more accessible to my constituents than our senator and our governor and our president, right? So what I'm hearing from people is that, they want this to be worked on more. I think we could come back with a better solution on January 20th. We've got a lot of time to work on that between now and then. And I would just, again, I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of the wrath that we're seeing. And so I think the NDP has the opportunity to go along with what this body wants, which is to find a way to make this work for the public as well as for the work that they want done with these funds. I want them to get these funds. I just want to make sure that we're doing it with the right, doing it for the right purpose. So I think this gives us the time to get that right. And I would just, again, reiterate asking the NDP, don't spend the money yet. We need you not to. Let's keep the trust with the public and allow us to work with you over the next 30 days to find a solution that works for you and that also works for the public. Thank you.
Thank you. Next in the queue, Public Health and Safety Chair Huffman. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I've been going back and forth in my head on a deferral. Understand that this has been a very confusing process. It was a confusing committee meeting. There's been a lot of amendments added. For sure, you get no argument from me that it has been a lot of information overload, some would call it. However, everybody in this room, when we took an oath to protect the city. We took an oath to protect our constituents and the interests of the city of Nashville. So I've said this over and over for the last few weeks, but I'm going to speak it into the record too. We're one incident away from the economic engine of this state turning off. One incident. That's one car flying down Broadway and taking people out. That's one bombing, which we've already had. There is precedent for this city, and this city has a giant target on it. My constituents elected me to ensure that I have oversight and that all of us have oversight. And that's what this vote's about, y'all. This is about oversight. This is about whether we want to say in this or if we just say, you know what, we're going to let the Downtown Partnership do whatever they want with this money. I'm going to choose oversight, I'm going to choose transparency, and I'm going to choose public safety 100% of the time. It's what we were elected to do. It is the responsible thing to do. I don't think this is a hard one, y'all. I really don't. I understand if you have concerns about surveillance. My colleague Councilmember Harrell said it very eloquently. You know, he's an individual that's not necessarily for surveillance. You don't have to be surveillance to be for transparency in this instance. I encourage my colleagues to just really think about this, because it's a gamble that we're taking. And the gamble that we're taking, on top of all the public safety things that I've already covered, is real simple. We don't even know if this is going to be an option in January, because this isn't just the partnership. There's a lot of entities involved. And if we turn this down, then we're cutting our own noses off of our faces. And if something bad happens, God forbid, the downtown partnership starts to implement facial surveillance, God knows how mad that would make the people in the back of this room. I'm voting for transparency. I encourage all of y'all to. Thank you.
All right. Debate continues on the motion to defer to the meeting of January 20th with the public hearing. Next in the queue is Councilmember Eastlick. You're recognized, sir.
Previous question.
Okay. Councilmember Eastlick has called the previous question. I have heard a second. This is a non-debatable motion that requires 2/3 of those voting. In an abundance of caution, Mr. Clerk, would you please load the vote? If you want to end debate and move to the vote for the deferral, you would vote in favor of the previous question. If you want to continue debate on the deferral with a public hearing motion, you would vote against the previous question. Please vote promptly. Mr. Clerk, if you would, please open the vote. You vote in favor of the previous question, you end debate on the deferral motion. If you want debate to continue, you vote no. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay, the motion for the previous question prevails with 28 votes in favor and 8 against. So now we will move to the vote. We will do this by machine as well. Mr. Clerk, the vote that is before us is a motion to defer to the meeting of January 20th with a public hearing at that same meeting. Yes, the threshold for this vote is 27. 2/3 of those voting, which is less than 27 this evening, as we have some absences. Yes, Ms. Porterfield, a point of order.
Thank you. Point of order. Does this require 27 votes because of the request for a public hearing?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
2/3, again, 2/3.
Okay. How many people do we have?
Madam Clerk,
okay,
there are 36 people in the room.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
It is 2/3. I apologize, I misspoke. 2/3 of a 40-member body is 27, but it is a 2/3 of those voting, present and voting. Correct. Ms. Hancock, please stop speaking. Thank you. Okay. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. The motion fails with 20 votes in favor, 15 against, and 1 abstention. And so what that means is we go back to the underlying motion, which was a motion to approve as amended. I will not restate all those amendments, but we have, so we continue with discussion on the motion to approve as amended. First in the queue on that, Ms. Vo, do you seek to be recognized? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Vo, you're recognized.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted, Vice Mayor, sorry, clarity because wasn't the MOU part of the grant? And so I wanted to understand that. I know it's probably because we already voted, but I still wanted that to be clear for the public regarding the MOU. So if it's part of the grant, how can they accept the funds if there has to be an agreement? Can either the mayor's office, a representative, speak to that, or Special Counsel Darby?
Whom would you like to speak to that?
Sure, the mayor's office.
Okay. Mr. Rosenberg, did you hear the question of Ms. Vo? Okay, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Council member, the MOU is not part of the grant application. The grant application requires some coordination, but it doesn't require an MOU or anything like that.
Okay.
Is that clear?
That is clear.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I'd like to motion for a deferral of the resolution, a 1 meeting deferral.
Okay. Is there a second? Okay. Ms. Darby, could you opine, is this, I would believe, a substantively different deferral motion because it does not include the public hearing? Okay, and so there is a motion properly seconded for a simple 1 meeting deferral. Okay, so we are on to discussion on the 1 meeting deferral motion. Ms. Swara, do you seek to be recognized on a 1 meeting deferral motion? Okay, Mr. Eastlick, do you seek to be recognized? Go ahead, sir.
Previous question.
Okay. Is there a second for the previous question? Okay. Non-debatable, again, requires 2/3 of those voting. Pardon? Okay. Point of parliamentary inquiry? Okay, Ms. Swara, go ahead.
This does not require 2/3, right? Because it's just a simple deferral.
The previous question motion, which Mr. Eastlick has made and was properly seconded, does in fact require 2/3 of those voting as well. That was true too of the other vote that was just taken relative to the public hearing application. Okay, so there is a similarity here. Okay. So Mr. Eastlick has called the previous question. It has been properly seconded, and that is to end debate on the motion for a 1 meeting deferral. If you want to end the debate on the deferral motion, subsequent to which we will just be back on the main bill, okay? Then you would vote in favor of the previous question. If you want to continue to debate a deferral, you would vote no for the previous question, okay? Just to be in keeping with how I did it the first time, though I think this one might be a little bit closer and easier by voice, I will ask Mr. Clerk to please load the vote on the motion for a previous question. Right. All votes in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. Okay, the motion for the previous question to end debate on the one meeting deferral motion fails with 23 votes in favor and 13 against. So at this juncture, we continue on discussion for the one meeting deferral motion. I see no one else in the queue, however. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the motion to defer one meeting? Ms. Porterfield? Ms. Porterfield, do you seek to be recognized on the one meeting deferral motion? That was a motion for the previous question on the deferral motion. Okay, so yes. So, okay. So is anyone else seeking to be recognized on the one meeting deferral motion? Okay, Ms. Porterfield, you're recognized.
Sorry, y'all, this is a stressful night. If this deferral passes, do we know, can we hear from the administration on whether or not they plan to move forward with this in January?
Mr. Rosenberg, for the administration, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Councilmember, I don't know where we go from here. This is an MOU that, if passed, says that the only money from the grant that can be spent is on lighting, restrooms, and outreach, and anything else would have to be approved by council. And if that's something the council doesn't want to pass, then that's, I mean, certainly the council's prerogative. So we would have to have conversations and see if, you know, if you'd rather roll without the MOU, that's, you know, I don't know.
All right, Ms. Porterfield.
Thank you. I think that's just important information for us to, I think that is important information for us to have. This is on the deferral. This is extremely hard. Like, once public trust is broken, it is so hard to get that trust back. And the public has lost trust in various safety issues and safety initiatives. And we heard when there was a fight against fuses, we heard from so many people that had these public safety concerns. And I think that it would be prudent for us to do things to work to rebuild the trust instead of, and people may not agree with me, but I do wholeheartedly believe that the intention was for this to be a trust building thing, but that is not the way that it is being perceived and being received by the people. And that makes this incredibly, incredibly hard. And I do fear, I don't know how I'm going to vote on this deferral, because I do fear if the deferral goes forward, there's no guarantee that MPD is going, whether or not they're going to spend the funds. There's no guarantee whether or not this MOU is going to come back before us. So I'm going to listen to the next few speakers while I try to think through this, but I don't know what I'm going to do.
All right. So we are on a one meeting deferral motion. Ms. Suara, do you seek to be recognized on the deferral? Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to speak again in support of the deferral. I'm going to ask all of you to support the deferral. I live in a world where people use fear to intimidate people. I think the idea of, if we don't vote for this, it may not happen, we're going to change our mind, I don't think is the right tactic. And let me tell you, if NDP or DMC decide to not wait till January 20th, and go ahead and buy something they're not supposed to buy, then they just prove the point, they're not supposed to be trusted, period. And so if I'm with NDP, DMC, and I'm trying to tell people, trust us, we had issue with homelessness, there's been a lot of stuff with NDP, DMC that the people are not happy with, and to now go say, to heck with it, we just do whatever we want. I don't think that would be the right move, and I don't think they would do that. I don't think they would do that. This grant is president on a joint working together. Not this last budget, but I remember 2 weeks ago in budget when we were discussing this bill. And I remember then we haven't even got some more confusing stuff, but one of the questions that was asked was, can they go and buy this surveillance stuff without MMPD? Ms. Darby, and I want to quote you, but if you don't remember, I won't put you on, says that they cannot. A lot of people say, what are they going to do with it if they buy it? I don't think they will. And if you didn't say that, that's fine. My apologies. But that was my understanding. So what I'm trying to say is that to anyone that has any leg with NDP and DMC, for an organization that is working downtown, and when we spend a whole lot of time discussing about the C bid for downtown, when people were pushing back and we were able to pass it because we have faith in an organization to do what the people want. I think them going out and just doing what they want would not be the right move. I'm also going to challenge the administration as a partner in this MOU to talk with them and to encourage them that this is what the people are asking. It's not going to change anything. It's not going to make any difference. It's just going to make people feel like when we're talking about safety, we're not just listening to the downtown or few people on the board. We're listening to the community. That's what it's going to do. So I'm going to encourage all of you. Please don't let fear of what could happen, which I don't think would happen, stop you from listening to the people. And so to the NDP people, I'm going to say it again. This is about building trust. I've spoken to this organization many times. I know the conversation that we had over the CBID. And if you want us to continue to work together, then it means we work together. We're saying give us more time, and I hope that you will. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Eastlick, you are next in the queue on the one meeting deferral motion. Go ahead, sir.
No. I find it very rich that I keep hearing we can't break the public trust through this resolution or this piece of legislation. We've been working over the past month with 4 upzone bills that had way more people opposed to it than this. But we do not seem to give their voices very much merit or very much weight. But we have a few people come out over some surveillance stuff that's actually protection for the engine of our city. And all of a sudden, we're listening. And now we don't want to break the public trust. I think this is a very simple vote. It's one that's going to replace a lot of existing security measures with better cameras. They come along all the time. If you've got an old phone, you get a new phone, it's way better. So if we're going to worry about the public trust, we should make it equal across a lot of different pieces of legislation, not just ones that seem to fit the surveillance disliking people. So with that, I will be voting that we vote on this tonight and that we do get this MOU. That way we do have some guardrails and some ability to oversee this. But if we don't want to and they just do what they want, I'm good with that too.
All right. Please don't interject or speak over when council members are speaking so that the public can hear the order of the debate, please. Mr. Nash, you're recognized on the deferral motion, sir. Everyone, please do remember to address the chair.
I would like to speak against the deferral.
Yes, sir.
This reminds me an awful lot of the zoning bill. And you'll remember at that time, I said, I didn't get emails from my district. I got a bunch of them from a well-organized group out in West Nashville. And so we agreed. Councilmember Porterfield and I got to share a vote. It's the same thing tonight. We've got a very well-organized group here, but they don't represent the people that I speak to at my district. They will have lots of opportunity if we ever get back the bill, the grant, if we ever get it before us, they'll have lots of opportunity to speak against it again. We don't need it for it now. We need to move on. Who wants to go through this again when we're going to have to go through it numerous times when these items come before us?
All right, debate continues on the one meeting deferral motion. Ms. Vo, do you see point of order? Ms. Porterfield?
Thank you. Do I get to speak since I was referenced by name?
No, it is only if you are impugned.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Vo, you're recognized on the one meeting deferral motion.
Okay, thank you so much, Vice Mayor. For me, I am, of course, asking for the body to vote in support of the one meeting deferral. Just regularly speaking to department heads, they were sharing how it was already difficult for Nashvillians to spend time and come downtown, whether it's the cost of parking, whether it's the things that are coming, downtown. And so for me, when I was looking at this MOU and this grant, it's like, is this going to help Nashvillians, come downtown or not? And, for me, with surveillance, I'm against surveillance, and I think I've been very clear on that. But it's like, how are these things going to help individuals and Nashvillians? Are they going to come downtown more? And when it's not, when we can choose other items, we can choose other things. I would say, that I'm a bit concerned why, one meeting deferral is so problematic, because I would say if we are all trying to work together, why would the NDP just immediately spend funds between now or at the end of the year and 3 weeks into the new year? So, I mean, I know we don't have clarity and we can't hear from them directly, but I would ask that question. And I think that when we are here and elected to serve the people, I don't think that, when there is a push only from one entity, and if it seems that NDP, excuse me,
Nashville Downtown Partnership.
Yes, Nashville
Every
Downtown
now and then
Partnership.
just throw in an acronym clarification.
Thank you. Is willing to work, and if they are, then why can't we spend that time to do that? For me, all the time, we're hearing different information. We've already heard several amendments tonight. I know several of the committees have been very long, and I still think that it's still unclear. And I think that building trust is building and making sure that there is clarity. And I do think that having a deferral will give us that time. And I think we should all be working towards a real solution, and not, because of, if we don't have this, if we don't pass this, they're just going to use the funds. And I think that if they are about utilizing, improving downtown, then what is the issue with getting more feedback from more voices? So, thank you.
All right, Councilmember Coopin on the one meeting deferral.
Thank you, Madam President. I still remain supportive of the one meeting deferral. I've done a lot of work with the Nashville Downtown Partnership, and happy to do a downtown acronym class after this. But they continue to say that they're partners, and they continue to say that they're good partners. And so to me, if a one meeting deferral to clean up problematic and concerning legalese, hear more from the public, figure out where some of the money is allocated, and candidly, the downtown partnership side really hasn't been the concern. The bathrooms, the lighting, homeless outreach, the questions and concerns really have been on the Metro spend. And so to have some more time for Metro to figure out where that money goes, I would hope that the Downtown Partnership would be good partners and would remain working with us. Over the Christmas break, it quiets down, and then we're back in early January. My hope would be that they would be partners. They would work with us. If they choose to not do that, I'd be personally disappointed. I think that we want to keep this partnership going. I don't think anybody here is saying that we don't want downtown safety. I don't think anybody here is saying that we don't want money spent. We may disagree on which place to put it, or surveillance or not surveillance, or what gets spent on what, but my hope is that they would still be part of the conversation in a month from now. But again, I've got concerns with the legalese and the documents. I've got concerns with late filed amendments flying around. It's $15 million. We shouldn't be allocating it lightly. And so if taking a month is problematic, then that's, then I would hope it's not, and as I'll be supporting the deferral motion. I think that a little bit more time, again, shouldn't harm, should only help. And we've been told through multiple committees that a deferral would not be problematic, other than the Downtown Partnership would then get the money. So my hope is that they will, if this does defer, that the partnership will still work with us to partner on where the money goes. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Gamble on the one meeting deferral. You're recognized, ma'am.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a clarifying question, and I'm not sure if it's for Director Darby or the administration, but I believe Director Darby, when she read the charter or the code for the surveillance equipment, that she said that any spend that Metro would do for any camera equipment would have to come to the council. Is that correct?
We can clarify that. Special counsel, you're recognized.
Yes, if Metro is going to be accepting or spending funds to get the surveillance technology, then that would require a public hearing. any grants or donations given to Metro require council approval, but those don't necessarily require a public hearing.
So is it correct to say that aside from this MOU, which it seems that the MOU is an attempt to provide guardrails to address concerns of the public, besides this MOU, is it correct to say that before any spend of this $15 million goes to MMPD, the council would have to have an opportunity with the public to review that monetary request and have a public hearing before it could be spent?
Special counsel, I think, I'll just let you respond again.
Yeah,
I think they're sort of separate. I mean, it's going to have to come to the council, but it's only if surveillance, it has the hearing,
Okay,
right?
So are we, but I thought you, Director Darby, already confirmed that this camera equipment would be considered surveillance.
Any surveillance technology that Metro acquires would have to come to the council for approval with a public hearing.
Is it correct to say that prior to Metro spending any of this $15 million, it would have to come to council? Because for this surveillance equipment that we have declared to be surveillance equipment, then the bill would have to come to the council to approve that spend, and it would also require a public hearing.
Special counsel?
Your question assumes that Metro is spending the funding.
Well, that's what the MOU says.
If the downtown partnership, the downtown partnership would be receiving the funding. If they spend it on equipment, that initial spend would not need the approval. But if Metro is the recipient of whatever is purchased, or if Metro is the recipient of those funds for the purpose of acquiring surveillance technology, then it would require a public hearing. If Metro is just the recipient of funds, it will require council approval.
So either way, it would come to the council. Well, I guess that's my point, because I don't know that that's been made clear when we're talking about a deferral for the MOU in order to clarify what monies are going to be spent, what monies Metro are going to spend within this partnership. I think that can be done once the money is proposed to MMPD. So I guess I want to make that clear, and if that is the correct clarification, I want to make that clear, because it sounds like to me, what I'm hearing is that there's an assumption that with this deferral of this MOU, that's going to allow time to figure out what monies MMPD is going to receive and how that money is going to be spent, when we're going to have an opportunity to do that when that decision is made. This MOU just basically confirms the partnerships and provides those guardrails as to how this surveillance material will be used. And I just want to clarify that. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Porterfield on the one meeting deferral.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. My wonderful colleague, Councilmember Nash, is going to mess up my street cred talking about we voting together. That was on the housing legislation, Councilmember Nash. But I did want to comment on something that was just stated with regards to a comment was made about breaking public trust. And, you can't compare trying to build affordable housing in the midst of a housing crisis with working people coming out with real concerns about surveillance. And people are afraid and people are concerned. And for people who've been on this council for a while, we've seen like unintended consequences when things happen. We saw when, I believe it was the LPRs, when the vote happened and it was supposed to be in different quadrants, and we did all this stuff to try to make sure it was equitable, only to find out that those LPRs were clustered in low income areas and minority communities, even though they were equitable control amongst the clusters. So sometimes we think that we have like worked out something to make something a little bit safer, and there could still be unintended consequences. So I would hope that there is not any type of inference that any group of people are more important than any other group of people when our constituents are coming out here saying that they have concerns about this legislation. I would hope that that was not the intent of my colleague. So I just wanted to stand up to thank the people that came out here tonight. We don't have to agree on everything that our constituents say. Sometimes we're going to agree with them, sometimes we not, but they all have the right to come up here and tell us how they feel about legislation.
Thank you. All right. Ms. Welsh on the one meeting deferral. Yep, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. As you know, I am in support of a deferral because I always think it is better on something like this when we are giving up a modicum of control on things that we should bring in more of the public and have, as much public input as we can on these things because these affect the everyday lives of people. I want to remind our colleagues that we have a lot of power in this. And I think in this discussion, sometimes we feel like we don't have power. And when so many things come down to this, if we don't do this, somehow we are just going to come to regret it. And the tidal wave's going to come in and take it away. And we're just going to be, overwhelmed, and we're just going to regret it. But the fact is, we as a council have power. The downtown partnership doesn't act in a vacuum. None of these things act in a vacuum. They depend on Metro for a lot of things, and they need to know that we have control over those things. So it's really a partnership, and it should be a partnership, and they need to listen to the people when they say, in this partnership, we want to make sure our voices are heard and we're getting the best deal because there are other options that we have that they might come to regret themselves. So I support this deferral motion and ask my colleagues to support it because I think it's good for us, but we will deal with wherever the chips fall. Thank you.
All right. On the one meeting deferral motion, Ms. Benedict, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. The hat's over my microphone because I don't plan to speak on much tonight, so I keep putting it back. But I keep having to speak. So I want to look at some facts, and that's that the DMC needs us. We oversee their budget. And also, though, a fact is that we need them to provide services downtown. Another thing is that we don't need this to be adversarial. We can support them, and we can also ask for a deferral, and they can support us and honor the requests that we're asking tonight, not in a way where we're demanding it, but rather where we're saying, hey, this is a resolution. This is one reading. We need a little more time. Yes, the little more time is at a time where we have holidays and where we only have one meeting in January, so it's a month. But I think that we can, my ask to the Nashville Downtown Partnership would be, let's approach this as partners, which we are. Help us out so that we can make sure we get this right for you. I believe that in all relationships we must have trust, and I view trust as a bank account. When I first know you, do I trust you? Do you trust me? Well, not necessarily so. So we begin to make deposits of trust, right? Every time I do something and take an action and it builds trust with you, I'm putting trust in that bank account. The goal is to never overdraw, right? Sometimes we have to do something that's not what we intended, and we have to make a withdrawal out of that bank account, that trust account. The important part is not to overdraft on that trust. Neither of us are doing that here tonight. What we are trying to do is work towards a solution. None of us like to have our backs against the wall. We've had administrations where that happens. On this body, we had one. We've had things come to us in the past where you have to vote on it right now or the contract pricing is going up. This is a resolution. We have one shot at it unless we have a deferral. And so I believe that cooler heads will ensure that we spend this money, that NDP spends this money as we're asking them to do, that they can pause on it until we reconvene on January 20th. again, not in an adversarial way, not as us saying you got to do this, as us saying we need more than just 2 weeks or one reading on this. We need to get together, meeting of the minds. We've got 30 days to do it, and we're going to make this great if you give us that amount of time. So I'm in favor of the deferral.
Thank you. Next is Public Health and Safety Chair Huffman. You're recognized, sir, on the one meeting deferral.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. A couple of clarifications that I want to make that I've heard as we continue debate. Number one, Vice Mayor, we as a city are not allocating any money. $0 we are allocating. That is a very important point to make. Also, I want to point out the fact that in the state of Tennessee, we've had cities that are very comparable to us politically that have already accepted this. And that's just something to point out because it's cities that have realized that public safety trumps politics. And I can't reiterate that enough, y'all. We are...
Please don't speak over council members speaking, please. Their constituents need to hear their words, please.
And my constituents sent me here to vote for public safety every single time. And I'm going to stand up and vote for transparency every single time. If you want to cede your oversight on this, vote for this deferral. If not, if you actually want to do something and go back to your constituents and say, hey, we held the state to a standard, then vote no on this deferral. And let's get an up or down vote. Let's just do this. Thank you.
No, please do not yell out from the gallery, okay? Ms. Sepulveda on the one meeting deferral. I'm sorry, Ms. Sepulveda. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I'm going to be supporting the one meeting deferral. I was hoping that we would have a commitment from the downtown partnership that they would not spend this money and that they would be bringing back the MOU in January. But now I'm hearing reports that they won't be bringing back the MOU and that they're going to do whatever they want. And I think that's not a good partner. And I hope that these reports that I'm hearing are wrong, right? Because that upsets me. And that makes me want to make sure that they never receive a single dollar from this city again. And I think this was a lesson in itself, right? To everyone involved, that it was not a good idea to try and go around the council, right? When you did that, this is what happened, right? People were upset, not just the council members, but many constituents. And people felt unheard, not just the council members, but the city of Nashville, because there were several aspects of safety that were never addressed. So my hope is that the downtown partnership becomes a good partner, that if this MOU is deferred and the deferral goes through, that the MOU comes back in January, that they come to the table, and we are able to have good dialogue and good input. Because if that does not occur, then the remainder of my term will be to make sure that we have that money used in other ways, and that the downtown partnership is someone that we do not do business with. So I will be supporting the deferral tonight.
All right. Chair Huffman and Ms. Porterfield both, I will remind you both that you have already spoken on the deferral, and I would ask us, okay. All right, Mr.
Call the question.
Okay, you don't need to call the question because there's nobody else in the queue.
Well, just us, yes, but just for clarification. You're out.
Okay.
We're good.
Is everyone ready to move to the vote on the one meeting deferral motion? Okay. Mr. Clerk, if you would please load the vote. colleagues are voting on a simple one-meeting deferral motion such that this matter would be deferred to the meeting of January 20th, which is the first and only meeting in January. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. The deferral motion prevails with 19 votes in favor, 17 against. This resolution will be on the agenda of January 20th. All right. Now we move into our matters on public hearing. We thank the public for their patience. First among those is agenda item in section J1, resolution 2025-1686, sponsor CAP. This is resolution exempting lost and found located at 3104 Gallatin Pike from the minimum distance requirements for obtaining a beer permit pursuant to the section of the Metropolitan Code. Yes, and let me just share generally, Mr. Cap, if I may, regarding our public hearing items for both Section J and subsequent K. Spanish interpretation services are provided for all Metro Council public hearings. Council Office team member Karina Valdez is here as the interpreter. Ms. Valdez, will you please share how you can help?
Los servicios de interpretación en español estarán disponibles en la audiencia pública. Gracias.
Okay, gracias. We appreciate you. For those wishing to speak this evening as part of a public hearing, please do state your name, but it is not required for you to provide your exact address if you do not wish to do so. You may want to tell us in what neighborhood or area you live, your connection to the agenda item or project, or who your council member is. All right, with that stated, now we'll go back. And having already read the caption, I will recognize the sponsor, Councilmember Cap.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I've got a late filed amendment on this one, but I think I need committee reports first.
Let's we can get committee reports, and then what I would suggest is that we move to the public hearing first. Subsequent to the closure of the public hearing, we can move that substitute.
Then I move to open the public hearing.
Okay. Chair, we can do it after, okay? I declare the public hearing open. Would all members of the public here in support of Council Member Cap's Resolution 1686 regarding lost and found in support, please raise your hand. Thank you, sir. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill, please raise your hand. Seeing no one here in opposition, does the gentleman in support seek to be recognized? He does. Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Ryan Mercurio, Belcher Sykes Harrington Law Firm, here before you again on another beer permit variance resolution request tonight on behalf of Lost and Found, here in support. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Seeing no one else seeking to be recognized on this resolution, I will declare the public hearing closed, and it's back to you for your committee reports.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
Chair of Government Operations and Regulations, Chair Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We heard the substitute and voted 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, and then the resolution as substituted, 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. All right, it's back to you, Mr. Cap, for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. There is a late filed substitute due to an omitted address,
Yes.
and I'd ask my colleagues to permit a suspension
Yes,
of the rules.
if you would, sir, if you would just move your bill first to get it before us, and then we could move to that suspension of the rules.
Then I move the bill.
Okay. All right. I've heard you. You don't have to re-articulate it. There is a late filed substitute that I understand to be housekeeping. Colleagues, it is a substitute because the caption has changed. It merely adds an address. Is that correct, Mr. Cap?
Yes, Vice Mayor.
Okay. Is there any objection to the late filed substitute and the suspension of the rules to get it before us? Seeing none, the rules are suspended, and you may now offer your substitute.
I move the substitute, Vice Mayor.
Okay, we've heard a previous discussion of it. You've heard the committee reports. Is there any further discussion on the motion to substitute? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, and if you would renew your motion to approve as substituted.
Yes, Vice Mayor. Move to approve as substituted.
Okay, is there any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, you have adopted this resolution as substituted. All right, next on public hearing, Section K, a bill on public hearing. This is Ordinance BL 2025-1113. Sponsors Coupin, Cash, Allen, Huffman, Hill, and Stiles. This is an ordinance amending Title II of the Metro Code of Laws, authorizing the creation of a Midtown CBID, Central Business Improvement District, and appointing a corporation to act as an advisory board to the district with the necessary powers and authority to carry out the purposes and intent of the district. Councilmember Coupin, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to open the public hearing, please.
Okay. I declare the public hearing open on Councilmember Coupin's Ordinance 113. This item is on its third reading. As required by state law, we have a public hearing at this time. Would all members of the public here in support of this bill please raise your hand? Okay. Would all members of the public here in opposition to this bill please raise your hands? All right. Those persons in opposition will speak after those speaking in support. So if those persons in support would please come forward to speak first. You're welcome to remain in seats or line up as you see fit. Persons in support will be speaking first. Go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Long night for you all. But it's a great preparation for my upcoming faith practice, sitting in the church pew for a few hours. So I got to go in. My name is Mike Combs. I'm a resident of 1803 Broadway, otherwise known as Bristol on Broadway. I'm the vice president of the HOA, and I've been volunteering with Councilman Coupin's effort on this proposal, and we're very much in support of it. The one thing is, I pointed it out before, this is a high interest from residents in the area. It is something that just, we want to work in our neighborhood. And all I want to say, and I'm going to end it with this, is that just please allow our neighborhood to help you help Nashville in the effort to improve our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional comments in support? Go ahead.
Hi, my name's Emily Schneller, and I live in the Rhythm on Music Row, and we are asking for the council's support. I'm representing the Rhythm's HOA board and our 105 homeowners and residents. Many of our owners work in healthcare, music, and our students, and we started these meetings to clean up Demonbreun Hill and Division in Midtown over 18 months ago. Our goal is to help provide a safer place to live and work due to some issues that we've had in the area, even as of last week. Our hope is to have a cohesive neighborhood voice to partner with Metro on beautification and safety in our high-growth, high-traffic area that we live and work in every day. We love our neighborhood, we love the growth, but we have concerns that it needs to be well-planned and positive for all those living, working, and visiting the area. We support the bid as it allows the neighborhood involvement and voices that partner with the city for the safety and beautification of the area. We ask for the Metro Council's support of this effort, and thank you guys very much.
Thank you. Continuing in support. Go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Lisa Haller. I live in District 17 and within the boundary of the proposed MBID. Thank you all for advancing BL 2025-1113 to establish a Midtown Business Improvement District to third reading tonight. Also, I'd like to thank the Vice Mayor, the entire council and administration for your service to Nashville. We appreciate you all very much. And I'd also like to thank the lead sponsor, Councilmember Coopin, and fellow sponsors, Councilmember Cash, Allen, Stiles, Huffman, and Hill. And congratulations to Councilmember Hill on your engagement. For the better part of 18 months, that's over 56 days, the MBID Steering Committee, comprised of community stakeholders, has been on a thoughtful and disciplined journey to study the benefits of a bid for Midtown. Throughout this process, the committee formulated a comprehensive and sustainable blueprint to improve the mixed-use entertainment corridor along DeMembering Hill, Division, Upper Broadway, and 21st Avenue South, while still aligning with and supporting the goals of the city. This neighborhood-driven model is based on highly successful bids in urban and cultural communities across the country and led by a group of dedicated stakeholders in our community. Tonight, we ask you to support the MBID, to vote yes, and allow this great initiative to be established in our beloved Midtown. Thank you very much for your consideration and to the service, your service to the people of Nashville. Happy holidays to you and to your families. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else seeking to be recognized in support of this legislation? Seeing none, we will move to opposition. Those wishing to speak in opposition should come forward at this time. Go ahead, sir. You're recognized.
Yes, this is Steve Ryder. I just wanted to say with the Central Business Improvement District, they don't call it the partnership, which I think is really interesting. But I think what I'd like to, I don't know if Coopin has introduced this, but their proposed budget, that's taxpayer money. That should go before you to make sure that the money's being spent properly. What happened with the partnership when they spent that money to go and get Solarium, to go and shoo people, not just shoo people, basically arrest people on Lower Broadway was inexcusable. We have to get beyond this fear-mongering. There's way too much of this in this city. You want to know something? If you want to go out there and if you meet some poor people, if you go out and volunteer at Room at the Inn or at the Mission, you won't be scared of people. And that's where we have to get in this society. We have to do better. Every time I hear that we need to have more police, we have to have more surveillance, we have to have more everything. You know, the person that did a Christmas bombing downtown, surveillance cameras won't have done anything on that. If somebody's going to go out there with a gun and shoot a bunch of people out in the public, they're probably going to commit suicide themselves. But we have to get over this fear-mongering. Now, if we can go out there, and if this is taxpayer money, and if they're going to spend it wisely, and in a public hearing, by the way, so that they can go out there, the people that are having their taxpayer money in that district can go out there and make sure the money's allocated to what they feel is in their best interest of their community, rather than maybe just having a small group of people. And we've never done that before. The Downtown Partnership is supposed to come down here and have their budget approved on a regular basis. It has never been done. And you talk about transparency, you talk about a partnership, where is that? If you would have gone out there and found out that they were going to hire Solarium to go out there and hire the Tennessee.
Mr. Ryder, be sure to.
Have a Merry Christmas.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Hall, please be sure to keep it on the Midtown Business Improvement District. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah. For me, it's like we hear a lot about how the community and the neighborhood wants it, and yet they can create a business improvement district by voting. The property owners can create the district on their own, and they don't have to come through council. And so when I hear that everybody in the neighborhood is in support, I question that. Because if that was the case, why don't they just vote it? Why come to council and go through this process that, in my opinion, is undemocratic when every property owner in their area could create it on themselves. And I also think it's odd that y'all have the ability to create it, but not get rid of it. But that they could get, 60% or whatever of the property owners in that area to get rid of it. So it seems like we create these and they exist in perpetuity. And, it's 1.5 million now, but we still they don't have bylaws. Who's going to elect these people? Who are going to be in charge of who's going to be in charge of these funds? That seems to be a black box to me. I am disappointed when we do that with our tax dollars. I think, as we heard previously, bids could, or bid management corporations could, work with all the business owners in that area and do FUSIS on their own. I think, what did you say? Oh, okay, sorry. And this is on it because as, we discussed, property owners can do whatever they want with their cameras. And if there's an organization that is working together with all these business owners and wants to do FUSIS, wants to do surveillance at a business improvement district level, they can. And I support and oppose this bill. Thank you.
All right, next, again, on the legislation specifically about the Midtown Business Improvement District. Please, sir, go ahead.
I think a thing that we really don't like talking about openly is power, though it's obviously what's underlying everything that happens in here and in this building every day, whether it's in the mayor's office or in council chambers or in the courtroom downstairs. And this council hasn't been holding up its power correctly for the past 21 years. So it's definitely a big ask for you to say with confidence that you can have another business improvement district when you haven't been reviewing the budget and exerting the actual oversight on the existing ones. And I think we've seen recently some of the worst case scenarios of what that can look like. And part of that is also power accumulates very, very concentratedly when you aren't stepping into the power that's given to you and you are going along with the way things have been for a long time. Power accumulates in such a way that it is extremely hard to get conversations about what's going to happen in these districts. So I would just say, be very mindful of if you believe you actually are going to do your duty if you create this. Are you actually going to have this back and forth deal make sense? Because what this is, right, is it's called coercive revenue. A lot of people say it's not taxes, and that's technically often correct. It's coercive revenue where the power of the state says, you have to pay this or else. But the other side of that is the state has to act responsibly and to not just hand that money over year after year after year, no matter the performance of those entities. So as you're creating a new one, remember we have big messes in a broken parking garage from the last ones. So please be careful.
Thank you. Sir, do you seek to be recognized to speak in opposition to the Midtown Business Improvement District?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay.
I'm Michael Shears. I own property at 1907 West End Avenue. And I wanted to go on record that I was unaware of this improvement district being set up until last week when I received notification of this meeting. And I can understand these wonderful people that live in the neighborhood wanting it to be improved, and I don't have any objection to it being improved myself, but I do object, I think, to my property being included because I front on West End. They've just, the city's just raised our taxes considerably this year, and now we just find out that this is another increase to fund this group. So I'm just wanted to go on record that I don't think we're getting very good notification. I tried to go on the Planning Commission or the city's website and find a map to get a better understanding of the boundaries of this. And, you know, I'm fairly capable, but I couldn't find anything. So I just want to say, I don't think commercial property that fronts West End Avenue, we're being taxed pretty heavily already, that we should be excluded from this and be able to contribute to our neighbors in another manner. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I know Mr. Coupin has heard your concerns, and he can address those relative to the map and so forth. So you should find that attached to the legislation itself with the applicable parcels, just for the record. It is within our Legistar system. So is there anyone else seeking to be recognized to speak on the matter of the Midtown Business Improvement District? Seeing none, with that, I will declare the public hearing closed, and I will go back to the lead sponsor for a motion on this bill. Sorry, bless you.
Bless you. Thank you, Madam President.
Go ahead.
I'd like to move approval, please, with a brief comment.
Is there a second? Okay, back to you.
Well, I appreciate, again, this has been over 656 days of work, countless meetings, countless people involved in it, a steering committee. I could not have done this without. And really, to me, this is how legislation should be. We started with an idea from community members, and it built into a steering committee, bringing together a boundary and bringing together a budget. And all that together then came to council, and then at council we made it better, right? My colleagues had feedback, they had suggestions. We are continuing to work to make bids work the way we want to see them, as extensions of Metro and not antagonistic to them. And so the efforts, I think, have made this bill even better. I've talked to a number of colleagues who are interested in bids in their own district. I think that the concerns that have been raised around private security, we have closed those loopholes as best as we could, requiring it to be MNPD, commissioned by MNPD, security that Metro is using, or a security firm approved by resolution of the council. The council does have to approve the budget. The council members have oversight over the board. So this really is something that creates a tight relationship between our Metro Council and this bid. And at the end of the day, this is about neighbors. Neighbors want to do this. They want to put some money into their community. They want to be part of what shapes it. And again, people have asked me, well, who gets to decide? The stakeholders do. The people that are owners and renters that live in this bid, that work in this bid, get to decide where the money goes. I also do want to remind my colleagues too that we are kind of on the clock with state law, so we do have to vote on it this evening. There's not room baked in for a deferral. I think at some point that state law maybe we should look at, because it does kind of unnecessarily tighten the legislative process, but I think we really did a good job as a body working quickly, pulling this together. And so I hope my colleagues will support this legislation and, move approval.
All right, we are on to discussion on the motion to approve. Is there anyone who seeks to be recognized on discussion? All right, seeing none, we will move to the vote. Do we have anything in committee relative to no's and so forth? Okay, well, we're going to try this by voice. It is on its third and final reading. It does require 21 votes. If it is unclear, I will move to a roll call, okay? All in favor of this legislation on its third and final reading, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay, so it's on its third and final reading. With the no's, we will have to do a roll call. Yep. Mr. Clerk, would you please load the vote? This bill requires 21 votes for passage. All votes in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. This legislation passes with 30 votes in favor, 2 against, and 1 abstention. All right. That concludes our matters on public hearing. Next, we're going to move into our consent agenda. All right, agenda section L, our consolidated consent agenda. All resolutions and second and third reading ordinances on this agenda are included on the consent agenda if recommended for approval unanimously by all committees to which the item was referred. Items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. The item number, along with the resolution and ordinance number of the items on the consent agenda, will be read by me. Members of the council may then remove any item from the consent agenda by request before the consent agenda vote is taken. Okay. All right. The first item proposed for the consolidated consent agenda is agenda item 8. Resolution 2025-1661. Agenda item 9, Resolution 2025-1663. Agenda item 10, Resolution 2025-1687. Agenda item 11, Resolution 2025-1688. Agenda item 13, Resolution 2025-1690. Agenda item 14, Resolution 2025-1691. Agenda item 15, Resolution 2025-1692. Agenda item 16, Resolution 2025-1693. Agenda item 17, Resolution 2025-1694. Agenda item 18, Resolution 2025-1695. Agenda item 19, Resolution 2025-1696. Agenda item 20, Resolution 2025-1697. Agenda item 21, Resolution 2025-1698. Agenda item 22, Resolution 2025-1699. Agenda item 23, Resolution 2025-1700. Agenda item 24, Resolution 2025-1701. Agenda item 25, Resolution 2025-1702. Agenda item 26, Resolution 2025-1703. Agenda item 27, Resolution 2025-1704. Agenda item 28, Resolution 2025-1705. Agenda item 29, Resolution 2025-1706. Agenda item 30, Resolution 2025-1707. Agenda item 31, Resolution 2025-1708. Agenda item 32, Resolution 2025-1709. Agenda item 33, Resolution 2025-1710. Agenda item 36, Resolution 2025-1713. Agenda item 37, Resolution 2025-1714. Agenda item 38, Resolution 2025-1715. Agenda item 39, resolution 2025-1716. Moving on to items on second reading proposed for the consolidated consent agenda. First among those is agenda item 50, ordinance BL 2025-1157. Agenda item 51, ordinance BL 2025-1158. Agenda item 52, ordinance BL 2025-1159. Agenda item 53, ordinance BL 2025-1160. Now on to items on third reading proposed for the consent agenda. Agenda item 55, ordinance BL 2025-1089. Agenda item 56, ordinance BL 2025-1090. Agenda item 57, ordinance BL 2025-1098. Agenda item 58, ordinance BL 2025-1099. Agenda item 59, ordinance BL 2025-1108. Agenda item 60, ordinance BL 2025-1130. Agenda item 61, ordinance BL 2025-1131. Agenda item 62, ordinance BL 2025-1134. Agenda item 63, ordinance BL 2025-1135. Agenda item 64, ordinance BL 2025-1136. Agenda item 65, ordinance BL 2025-1137. Agenda item 66, ordinance BL 2025-1138. Agenda item 67, ordinance BL 2025-1139. Agenda item 68, ordinance BL 2025-1140. Agenda item 69, ordinance BL 2025-1141. And lastly, agenda item 70, ordinance BL 2025-1142. Do any items need to be removed from the consent agenda? If so, members will please join the queue to request that. Councilmember Suara, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Agenda number 37 and 59, please.
Okay, Councilmember Suara has requested removal of agenda item 37. That's resolution 1714. That will be removed from consent. And then after that, Ms. Suara, something in the 50s you said?
Yes, ma'am, 59.
Okay. Next, Councilmember Suara has requested agenda item 59. That is ordinance 1108. And that will also be removed from consent.
Thank you.
Are any other members seeking to be recognized to remove an item from the consent agenda? All right, seeing none, is there a motion for approval of the consent agenda? Okay, properly moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Council has passed all items on the consent agenda. All right, now we will go back through in agenda order from items that were not on the consent agenda. So back to resolutions we go. First among those, Ms. Toombs, if indeed the intent is to withdraw, I'm just going to say that these can be taken together. Is it? Okay. All right. So I just need to read them into the record. Agenda items 3 and 4, sponsor Toombs. The first is a resolution 1533 approving a Homeland Security Grant Program application from the Tennessee Emergency Management Agency to the Metro government, acting by and through the Office of Emergency Management to fund efforts to prevent, prepare for, protect against, and respond to acts of terrorism and other catastrophic events. And somewhat of a related companion, Resolution 1534, also sponsor Toombs, which is a resolution approving an urban area security Security Initiative UASI grant application, also from TEMA, the Tennessee Emergency Management Organization, to the Metro government acting by and through OEM to fund costs related to enhancing security and the resilience of high-risk urban areas by building, sustaining, and improving capabilities to prevent, prepare for, protect against, and respond to acts of terrorism. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Withdraw.
Okay. Agenda items 3 and 4, 1533 and 1534 are withdrawn. Next is agenda item 5, a resolution 2025-1655, sponsors Stiles, Evans, and Welsh. This is a resolution calling for the mayor's office and the Department of Emergency Communications to enact various reforms relative to departmental leadership and workplace culture. Ms. Stiles, you are recognized.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. I do have a substitute that I would like to move.
If you could please ask for your committee reports. Yes, ma'am.
Committee reports, please.
For the report of the Public Health and Safety Committee, Chair Huffman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Public Health and Safety recommended approval as substituted, 5 in favor, 1 against, 1 not voting.
Okay. All right. It is back to you, Ms. Stiles, for a motion on your bill.
Yes, if I may give a brief explanation of what the substitute.
If you would just please make a motion to approve to get it before us.
I would like to motion to get the bill before us, please.
Is there a second? Okay, and now it's back to you on your substitute.
Awesome sauce. So what I changed in this resolution is taking out the 3.
You need to make a motion to substitute, please, ma'am.
I did that. Okay. I'd like to make a motion to substitute, please.
Is there a second? Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. I took out the 3 violations that the director has committed. I took those out, and I merely asked that this administration could just continue the process of holding the director accountable for his actions. Also removed the language to create a method for filing complaints electronically for tracking purposes. And so what's left are 2 requests of staff that came out of the Ogletree-Dinkins report in terms of having an FAQ page within their system that they can go to on a regular basis, and also a way to know when and why policies are changing, because one of the complaints that we were presented with is that staff policy changes were happening too frequently and people weren't understanding why. This has been ongoing for quite some time. This is a non-binding resolution, but there's been an incredible amount of pushback from this administration, from Metro Legal, in regards to holding someone who has been so terrible to his staff accountable. I would like at this moment to read an email. I read this in Public Health and Safety. This is from a current employee. This is the young lady who actually had the courage to come and do the press conference last month and share that the current conditions are as bad as people have shared. Give me one moment. Council, my name is Hannah McGuire. I'm a dispatcher and a trainer at the DEC, where I've worked for almost 2.5 years. Some of you may have seen me on the local news a month ago. I am not with you today as I am currently at work and training a peer. I will try to make a long story clear and concise. I was sexually harassed by a coworker while in a romantic relationship with him. The offenses were not done to me in person, but instead when I was not around. Due to a lack of training, professionalism, and basic care, what should have been a standard HR complaint instead further traumatized me. I filed my complaint in November of 2024. I followed up with DEHR. I informed Central HR that my investigation was being neglected in March of 2025. I met with the assistant director regarding my concerns. I cried in Director Martini's office about being failed by DEC HR and leadership in May of 2025. I received the finished report the 1st of July. No plan was established, even after I requested one multiple times. No disciplinary hearing was scheduled until after my abuser's personnel file was requested. The hearing was November 18th, over a year after my complaint was filed. I spoke at a press conference begging to be heard. Nothing has changed. As of 2026, I will be forced to work 3 days a week with my abuser.
If you would please just read the final sentence if you want to complete that.
One President. I was not warned. There is much more, and I guess I can finish it when I speak again.
All right. So we are on the motion to substitute. We are on to discussion. Mr. Spain, you are first in the queue on the motion to substitute. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. I was going to yield my time to Councilmember Stiles if she'd like to finish the
That's
letter.
very kind. Okay. Mr. Spain has yielded time to you, Ms. Stiles, to finish
Thank you very much, Councilmember Spain. I appreciate it. I was not given an opportunity to switch to a different shift, and my requests to do so were denied twice since our schedules were published. This is not the only occasion of Martini's leadership and culture failing me. I have filed a grievance against a supervisor regarding 3 violations of civil service rules. I filed the grievance per civil service on October 31st. DCHR has completely disregarded civil service rules by not completing the grievance in the defined time. I was not notified that there would be a delay until I emailed to request an update a month after filing. I still have not received the result. The requirement in civil service rules is to provide a result in 10 days. It has now been a month and a half. I am exhausted and feel that I am being emotionally forced to tolerate violations of my rights or leave. I would like to impress upon you one basic idea. Actions speak louder than words. Mayor O'Connell, do not tell me that there is a zero tolerance policy for sexual harassment unless you are going to hold Director Martini to that standard. Council, do not tell me you appreciate my service unless you speak up to make my work environment safe. Please vote to protect your first responders. Some of what I have heard from the administration and Metro Legal has been a mishigask of how civil service rules work. But the reality is until a supervisor or a director provides a punishment, civil service doesn't get involved. So you have their rules and their violations, but someone has to offer a suspension, a write-up, a termination. That is when that employee goes to civil service to fight that result. We are waiting and we are calling for, with this resolution, for that step to be taken by the mayor's administration. We have enough evidence to show that this individual is not doing right by his employees. And so therefore, I think we've spent over $20,000 to get him career coaching. And the outcome from 2023 is the same as this year. With the surveys that we got in July, where 104 people out of 214 said that this environment is toxic. So processes matter, but if people are unwilling to implement the process, it doesn't matter that it exists, right? If you've got a Christmas gift and it needs to be wrapped, it doesn't get wrapped if you don't wrap it. This is the same thing. So he's yelled at staff, he has used retaliation. Those bids, that shift that she mentioned, having to work with her abuser, those shifts just came out. That bid just happened about 2 weeks ago. All of the staff has mentioned to us that intimidation or retaliation has been a problem. Please approve this resolution.
Okay, we're on a motion to substitute. Is there any further discussion on the substitute? Mr. Harrell, do you seek to be recognized on the substitute specifically? Okay. I appreciate that, Mr. Harrell, but Ms. Stiles, are you okay having spoken on, I can recognize you again once we've gotten the substitute on the bill, okay? Ms. Toombs, you seek to be recognized on the substitute specifically. Ms. Suara on the substitute specifically. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I rise in support of the substitute, and I want to speak to the fact that I think initially many people are worried about this resolution not being necessary because the process is in place already and we're not letting civil service do what it does and all of that stuff. And so, but with this substitute, there's a lot of languages that's been taken out, and there's a lot of discussion with the Director Dietz in the last public health and safety meeting. And reading out loud, it's not, in fact, I said, and I'm happy that this was filed because it allows us to get a lot of update from Director Dietz and the administration on what the administration has been doing. And so this is standing with the employees. This is saying that we want the process that is set up to do what it's supposed to do. It's not saying this is a new process. It's not doing anything else. If there's an investigation going on, yeah, let it go on. But this is after 2 years of asking and just making sure that we now say, we hear you, something is being done. People don't know what's being done, but this allows us to be able to voice that publicly. And so with that, there's nothing in there. The director also says that it's a request. It's a request. That's what it's saying. It's not jeopardizing anything. But what it does do, and the reason why I support the substitute other than the original was because it's not circumventing any process. It's not creating any legal thing. But it does tells our employees that we are with them, we listen to them, and whatever that process that we create, that we want it to work, and we're asking the administration, not just to discipline, I think to also investigate. So I think the director was worried about saying discipline. I don't know if he did, if he did not, that's not what this is saying, but this is saying do what you need to do all your investigation, and take the necessary action at the end of the day. And so with that, I ask for your support.
All right, thank you. Ms. Evans, do you seek to be recognized on the motion to substitute? Okay, Ms. Evans, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I spoke about this in committee, but I am in support of the substitute. I've signed on to this, even though I know it probably seems a little bit different that I would basically want to go outside kind of a process or maybe make recommendations on alternatives to a process. But we have, been navigating kind of these challenges since I was chair last term, my first time being chair of Public Health and Safety. That's when we first started getting the emails. And so I think it's important, even though I know that, we're going through the real process now. So that's happening. And so I anticipate that we'll have, there'll be input after the investigation, but I'm in support of the substitute, and I hope that my colleagues will support it as well.
All right, is there any further discussion on the motion to substitute with Ms. Stiles as substitute? Seeing none, all in favor of the substitute, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. Ms. Stiles, do you wish to renew your motion to approve as substituted? You can just say so moved.
So moved. I just wanted to say something.
Yeah, I'll recognize you. Is there a second? Okay, go ahead.
If we could do a roll call vote on this vote, if we may, please.
You may request a roll call, yes. Okay, so there is a motion to approve with a roll call vote. Is there any further discussion on the motion to approve as substituted? All right, Mr. Clerk, if you would please open the vote. We've all done it before, council member. I know it hurts. Been there. Okay. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, if you would please show the vote. Okay, this resolution has been adopted as substituted with 35 votes in favor, 0 against, and 1 abstention. All right. Moving on, next is agenda item 7, resolution 2025-1660, sponsor Toombs. This is an initial resolution determining the issue of general obligation bonds of the Metropolitan Government of Nashville and Davidson County, also known as the Capital Spending Plan, or CSP resolution, in an aggregate principal amount of not to exceed $531,925,000. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee report, Budget and Finance. voted to not recommend amendments 1, 2, and 3, 0 in favor, 8 against, 0 not voting for all 3, and voted to recommend approval of the resolution, 8 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, and move for approval.
All right. Do I hear a second? Okay, there is a motion to approve the capital spending plan resolution. As you all know by rule, it was previously deferred for additional consideration. And so now we are on to discussion. Councilmember Bradford, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move my amendment with a brief comment.
Okay, there is a motion to amend with Mr. Bradford's Amendment 3. Is there a second? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'm asking my colleagues to approve this amendment, which reallocates $5 million of funding from the East Bank Infrastructure Fund to help with land acquisition and design for a new library in my district, something I've been fighting for since 2019. This is an opportunity for us to invest in an existing, established neighborhood made up of low-income and immigrant families, many of which are working in the downtown and potential East Bank construction and hospitality. I'd rather see us invest in that community than throwing money into a community that does not exist and giving a brand new neighborhood all the bells and whistles when we have existing neighborhoods that are begging for investment from this city. As then Councilmember O'Connell always stated when he was running for mayor, he wanted us to be more Nashville and less Nash Vegas. By prioritizing our existing neighborhoods over a non-existent neighborhood, we are showing that we agree with that sentiment. Libraries are essential public infrastructure that support education, workforce development, and community connections. And this modest investment moves us a long way and moves this project forward and showing that this city, that this council supports our neighborhoods and supports libraries. So again, I ask for my colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you.
All right, we are on to discussion on the motion to amend with Amendment 3, Councilmember Bradford's amendment, which he has just described to you. Councilmember Suara, do you seek to be recognized on the amendment? Mr. Druffel, do you seek to be recognized on the motion to amend? Ms. Toombs, do you seek to be recognized on the motion to amend? Budget and Finance Chair, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I stand in opposition of the amendment and any amendment to the CSP. There's a lot of collaboration that goes into putting the CSP together. And if we start doing amendments where council members can pick off parts of the CSP and allocate it to other things, we all have very important projects. As the chair of the Minority Caucus, I have led amendments on to add money to libraries and all types of very important projects and issues. We have a lot of obligations as it relates to the East Bank, and I don't think that we should be reducing the funding for all the infrastructure needs that are on the East Bank. And though I firmly support the libraries and think we should have more of them, they're very important, I would ask that we not remove any funding from the East Bank at this time.
All right, is there any further discussion on the motion to amend with Mr. Bradford's Amendment 3? Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Any voting no? No. Okay. Mr. Clerk, if you could please put that on the board. I will remind colleagues it's about number, not volume. And that was not sufficiently clear to me. So in an abundance of caution, let's please put this to a roll call vote. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. The motion to amend fails with 10 votes in favor, 25 against, and 0 abstentions. So we continue on discussion of the approval motion. Ms. Suara, on the main resolutions approval, go ahead, you're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have a question for finance. I know that every time we get into this financing, we have a rule that talks about our debt ratio, and I wanted to check where does this amount, this new debt, put us in terms of our debt ratio.
All right, I'm happy to acknowledge the administration on the question regarding our debt ratio. Whom for finance? If you would please introduce yourself, Mary Jo, you're recognized. Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am, go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Mary Jo Wiggins, Finance. Yes, and I apologize. I think you just have it in your inbox tonight. So I apologize for the delay in delivery. The letter that you have is the standard that came up about 5 years ago when we said we would give you projections of how the CSP and our overall debt would impact the budget and other statistics. So the primary one in that letter is the debt service to expenditures, and we have been striving to keep that under 15%. You'll see for this year, it's actually 11.5%, which is the lowest we've had in the last 5 years. But probably more importantly, there's a table of some other statistics, and the finance department is a little bit more focused on our per capita, so our debt service per capita. That's really what a lot of our rating agencies are tracking more than the debt to expenditure. And so this CSP was meant to keep us in line with the best practice of that per capita and to have no impact on our ratings. You know, we want to negatively impact our ratings. And this plan does that, not impact.
Thank you, Ms. Wiggins. All right, Ms. Suara. Next in the queue is Councilmember Druffel. You're recognized, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And this is to put this in line in the same context. But we built this about 5 years ago because we were just approving our capital budgets, not realizing the context relative to the general services spending. And we built this 5 years ago to put it, at one time we were going from 8 to 14.5% as a percentage of our general services budget. Going the wrong direction. We put this, and we've seen some great success going the other way. But I think it's really important to always monitor this, and every year we should take a close look before we approve this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Druffel. Next, Councilmember Evan Siegel, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I've gotten a lot of questions about the CSP, and I just wanted to clarify something on it. In particular, a lot of people were concerned with the sort of lack of greenways funding outside of bridges and boardwalks on the CSP. Greenways are exercise and they are transportation, so they serve a really important dual purpose. The finance department was able to help. Some people may not realize, but CSP funds, it's not like we allocate them this year and they are spent this year. These are big projects that take a long time to build. So one of the questions that I was drilling into with them, which I really appreciated, is overall parks and greenways combined with the CSP will still have about roughly $114 million of capital spending funds, $34 million of which is actually for greenways that is still unspent. So I didn't want people to see this and think, well, we're not building new greenways and we're not putting a lot into parks in here. There is still over $100 million that department is spending, almost a third of which is for greenways on ongoing projects right now.
Thank you, Ms. Evan Siegel. Councilmember Stiles, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I wanted to know if I could move my amendments.
Yes, ma'am. You can make a motion to amend. That's always a proper motion during discussion.
So I would like to make a motion. Can I do them both together? Well, no, I have to do them separately.
You have to do them separately.
Never mind that. I was talking out loud. Could I make a motion to move my first amendment?
There is, Ms. Stiles is making a motion to amend with Amendment 1. Is there a second? All right, we are on to discussion on the motion to amend with Amendment 1. Would you please describe your amendment?
Could I get committee reports on that?
They were provided earlier. The report was 0 votes in favor and 8 against in Budget and Finance Committee.
Thank you very much. This project, the proposed amendment, I should say, is in regards to the Global Mall, which, as you know, the city purchased in 2022, and since August of 23, really has been stuck, has not moved forward. And the last communications that I had with previous Chief Development Officer Bob Mendez said that investment was needed on infrastructure on the entire site to the tune of $4 to $7 million. Without that, the administration didn't want to move forward in any way. As we just voted on a resolution in regards to the Department of Emergency Communications, while I understand that this building would be shared with OEM, then let's give $9 million to OEM to get started and not reward someone who is currently walking around the building telling staff he's doing such a great job, the mayor is giving him a new building. I think it will be an indictment on us if we support that. And after just having a great vote where we were all in solidarity, it will not have a good look. My constituents are constantly asking me about this site and what's happened, why no movement is taking place. This would give the Southeast an opportunity to get a blighted site moving again. So I would love to have your support in moving these funds. Thank you.
All right.
For approval.
Yep, we're on to discussion on the motion to amend with Amendment 1. Ms. Toombs, do you seek to be recognized? Go ahead, Budget and Finance Chair.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I'd like to ask the administration in regard to the funding for the new building to give a brief summary of what that funding is for and what department it benefits.
All right, for the administration, Mr. Rosenberg, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Council member, this is a ECC OEM facility. It'll serve our Emergency Operations Center, which is currently on a leased property, as well as our 911 operators, also ITS infrastructure. It's a badly needed project that is ready to move forward. Currently, there's $750,000 already in the CSP for Global Mall. That's all the money that's been earmarked. That's what infrastructure planning is going to cost per Mr. Mendez. It's really unclear what the other $7 million would possibly go to in lieu of emergency operations.
All right, Ms. Toombs, back to you.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. I stand in opposition to this amendment. I think that we should take care of our departments and make sure that they have proper facilities in which to operate. I understand the concerns about Director Martini. However, it's not as if this building will exist tomorrow. It takes a while for a new building to come into fruition, and the current director of DEC may not be there by the time it comes into fruition. So I do not see it as an award for any improper behavior. I see it as taking care of our employees, making sure they have the proper facilities so that we can provide appropriate services to our constituents. And so I would ask my colleagues to vote against this amendment.
All right, we continue with discussion on the motion to amend with Amendment 1. Councilmember Nash, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to second Councilmember Toombs' address. That's an old facility. I was there when they opened it back 40 some years ago. And it was, you know, it was prior to that, it was just kind of across the street in the old white building here. But that to say, that was quite a time ago. The city has grown a lot since then. That building has no windows in it. It'd be great for the employees to have a new modern building, maybe a little different design with some windows and give them some support. I'm sure they need more room and better facilities. So I speak against the motion.
All right, Ms. Stiles, you did have a little residual time when you first spoke on your amendment. So if we could pull it to a close, please, ma'am. You're recognized again.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Colleagues, we should take issue with the fact that we're being lied to, that Bob Mendez said it would cost $750,000. If there's an email that says it would cost $4 to $7 million, I would love to see the evidence where he said it was $750,000, because that would imply that Bob Mendez is either an idiot today or he was an idiot when he gave me the information. And we would have to assume that that is correct. Numbers should not be that different. $750,000 for the site versus 4 to 7 million. That is a massive discrepancy. So while Mr. Rosenberg asked about where's the extra money going to, great question. According to Mr. Mendez, it's 4 to 7 million to do the infrastructure study for the entire site. And that site planning infrastructure, there are other portions of this entire plan. There's a transit center. They want to work on roads, all of that connectivity. That's going to cost money, and it's going to cost more than $750,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stiles. Ms. Porterfield, you're next in the queue on the motion to amend with Amendment 1.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'll be super brief. I know it's been a very long and contentious night, and we're all extremely tired. We can make our points without disparaging our constituents. I just don't think it's fair to disparage someone who's not here to defend themselves. And whether there is a miscommunication, misinformation, whatever that is, it's not fair to disparage somebody that cannot be here to defend themselves.
I appreciate the point. Thank you. All right. Is there any further discussion on the motion to amend with Amendment 1? Okay, we are going to try this by voice again. Again, member number, not volume. All in favor of the motion to amend with Amendment 1, please say aye. Pardon? Yes, ma'am. Okay. I've lost track of the volume of who said what. Mr. Clerk, if you would just put the motion to amend on the machine, please, sir. Just an abundance of caution. So this is just the motion to amend with Ms. Stiles' Amendment 1. All votes are in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. The amendment fails with 4 votes in favor, 29 against, and 1 abstention. All right, we continue with discussion on the capital spending plan resolution. Generally, Ms. Benedict, you are recognized.
Previous question.
All right. Ms. Benedict has called the previous question. Is there a second? Okay. This is non-debatable, and it requires 2/3 of those voting. If you vote in favor of the previous question, you want to end debate on the CSP and move to the final vote. If you vote no, you want to continue discussion. All in favor of the previous question, please say aye. Any voting no? The motion of the previous question prevails, and so we have ended debate, and we will move to the primary vote on the motion to approve the capital spending plan. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Truly, are you voting no? Okay. So that means, Mr. Clerk, that we need to go on the machine. This is a resolution, colleagues. If there is a no vote, it only has 1 vote. We must be a roll call vote. CSP. Mr. Harrell, do you seek to vote? Are you having an issue with your tablet? Oh, no, I can't. Okay. All votes in. Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. The capital spending plan resolution has been adopted with 33 votes in favor and 2 abstentions rather than noes. All righty. Okay, we've adopted the capital spending plan. Next item is agenda item 12. This is resolution 2025-1689, sponsors Coopin, Toombs, Horton, and Hill. This is a resolution to approve the 12th amendment to the lease agreement between the Metro government and Square Investment Holdings, LLC for office space in the Washington Square building located at 222 2nd Avenue North. Mr. Coopin, you're recognized. Mr. Coopin? All right. Ms. Toombs, Budget and Finance Chair, regarding the amendment to this lease agreement. You are a co-sponsor in your capacity as chair. Could you please request your committee reports, please? Oh, I'm sorry. Just go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Committee reports. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval. 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right. And for the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee, Chair Horton. This is 1689 regarding Washington Square, an amended lease agreement.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning consider this resolution, voted in favor, recommended approval, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. And for the report of Government Operations and Regulations, Chair Hill, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. We voted 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting for a 1 meeting deferral.
Oh, okay. All right, then by Rule 8.1, that is a mandatory deferral to the meeting of January 20th. All right, moving right along. Agenda item 34, resolution 2025-1711, sponsors Welsh, Huffman, Evans, Vo, Ewing, Swara, Gadd, and Coopin. This is a resolution urging the Office of Homeless Services to allocate funding to ensure that no Nashvillians lose their permanent housing due to the changes in the federal continuum of care funding priorities. Ms. Welsh, you're recognized. I'm sorry.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
For the report of the Budget and Finance Committee, Chair Toombs.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval. 6 in favor, 0 against, 1 not voting.
Okay. For the report of the Public Health and Safety Committee, Chair Huffman, you're recognized.
Public Health and Safety recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All righty. It's back to you, Ms. Welsh, for a motion on your bill.
Move to approve.
All right. Properly moved and seconded. We're on to discussion. Anything that you want to say, Ms. Welsh, as long as you have the floor?
What this resolution does is encourage OHS to use monies that we allocated in our last budget cycle, the extra monies that we allocated, to use them towards keeping people in Nashville housed, people who were formerly homeless who are now housed, so that when federal money is running out, the federal government has pulled back on the funding for the last 2 years, and they have not reinstated that yet. And so people are in danger of losing their housing because all organizations within the COC, as their funding runs out, it's not going to be replaced. So this is encouraging OHS to use the monies that we have to help keep people housed all throughout this entire system through the COC, and to provide a report to the Metro Council by March 3rd, laying out the plan for how we're going to use those monies to assure that people can stay in their housing as we pivot towards keeping people housed as opposed to housing new people.
All righty. There is a motion to approve. It's properly seconded, and you've heard an explanation of the resolution by Ms. Welsh. And so we're on to discussion. Councilmember Swara, do you seek to be recognized? Okay, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm not going to say a whole lot. A lot was discussed in committee, but I just wanted to add another clarification. I think there's a concern over the reporting part of this piece or the plan as required by the resolution. It's not asking OHS to do any separate reporting for what they're already doing. It's not asking for, I think they're doing something at 11 million. It's not asking for another one on the 4 million. It's just one reporting, one plan on what they're doing with all of their funds and how they're using all the available funding to ensure that people do not lose their homes. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Suara. Is there any additional discussion on this resolution? Seeing none, we'll try it by voice. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right, you have adopted this resolution. Next is agenda item 35, resolution 2025-1712. Sponsors Porterfield, Toombs, Vaux, Suara, Parker, Welsh, Bradford, Ewing, Cap, and Gadd. A resolution opposing the boring company's proposed tunnels within Nashville and Davidson County, condemning the company's lack of transparency, inadequate community and Metro Council engagement, and troubling labor and safety practices, affirming that public land and public infrastructure decisions must prioritize the welfare, safety, and expressed needs of Nashville residents, and reiterating the Metropolitan Council's commitment to real, equitable, community-driven transit solutions. Councilmember Porterfield, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports.
For the report of the Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections Committee, Chair Cash.
We voted to defer one meeting, 4 in favor, 2 against.
Okay, a recommendation of one meeting deferral. I apologize, 4 in favor?
2 against.
Okay. All right, by rule 8.1, that is a mandatory one meeting deferral.
Point of order, could I ask for a suspension of the rules to have the legislation heard tonight?
Ms. Darby?
It's typically a foundational sort of rule that isn't suspended, but I
would like to request a suspension of the rules.
Okay.
All right, they objected, thank you.
All right, so the rules are not suspended. Rule 8.1 prevails in place, and that is.
Can we get on the record who objected?
No, ma'am. There were multiple. Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Colleagues, there were quite a few across the body, Ms. Porterfield.
Thank
you. You can watch the replay if you desire. All right, so that is deferred one meeting to the meeting of January 20th. All right, next is agenda item 37. This is resolution 2025-1714. Sponsor Suara, Ewing, Porterfield, Ellis, Stiles, Kimbrough, Lee, and Coopin. This is a resolution honoring the 160th anniversary of First Baptist Church, Capitol Hill of Nashville. Ms. Suara, you are recognized on your resolution regarding First Baptist.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports, please.
For the report of Rules, Confirmations, and Public Elections, Chair Cash.
6 in favor, 0 against, and 0 not voting.
Okay, back to you, Ms. Suara, for a motion.
I would like to move for approval with a brief comment.
Is there a second? Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, and I'm going to make it brief. I know it's been a long night, but this is a resolution recognizing First Baptist Church, Capitol Hill. I know that according to the Constitution, people have the right to religion or no religion, but a lot of people that have religion do know that most places of worship is not just for worship only. They do a lot in the community. And this is a church that has been an integral part of Nashville for so many years, doing so many things. And of note is the church's role in the civil rights movement under the leadership of Reverend Kelly Miller Smith. When we talk about civil rights in Nashville, when we talk about what took place in those days, First Baptist Church was integral to that under the leadership of Reverend Kelly Miller Smith. And so I'm not going to read all the recital, 160 years of providing services, of supporting the community. We know that as a government, we cannot do it all. We cannot provide all the services, all the comfort, all all the support that our community needs. We rely on our public support, and our churches, our synagogue, our mosque, our places of worship are a big part of this. And so with that, I want to move for approval, and I want, for some reason tonight, I don't know, maybe it's all the conversation, I can't remember what the rule is called, but I want to invoke that rule that I don't know the name of.
It's 12.3, so you would like to amend your motion with Rule 12.3 applied, such that all members voting in the affirmative will be listed as co-sponsors. I hear appropriate seconds for the amended motion. And so with that, we are on to discussion. Councilmember Ewing, who I will recognize, is spending her birthday with us this evening. So happy birthday to Councilmember Ewing. And as long as I'm at it and we're talking about birthdays, I do want to recognize as well the Honorable Brett Withers, our Planning and Zoning Liaison, because it is also his birthday this evening. So if you all are aware, I only recognize your birthday if it is specifically on the day of the meeting. So Ms. Ewing, you are recognized.
Well, thank you for that, and thank you for the happy birthday. I will not belabor this. I want to thank CM Suara for bringing this to the floor. My family, my husband's family specifically, has been part of First Baptist Capitol Hill for generations, for pretty much the entire life of the church. And so as a Ewing family member, I just wanted to wish my home church a very happy 160th birthday and wish us a whole another 160 years of civil action and love and joy. Thanks.
Well said, thank you. All right, any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, you have adopted this resolution. All right, next we have Section N, which is a late resolution, sponsor Toombs. This is a resolution approving Amendment 1 and special conditions related to a grant from the Tennessee Department of Finance and Administration to the Metro government, acting by and through the Office of Family Safety to fund fatality review team staffing positions to help manage multidisciplinary needs of clients. Ms. Toombs, you are recognized. Special counsel, do we need to suspend the rules to get this before us? All right, if you would request, please, Ms. Toombs, first a suspension of the rules.
Request to suspend the rules.
Chair Cash, did your committee take up the nature of the suspension?
We did, and we voted 6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right, having heard the explanation of, or rather the report of Chair Cash regarding the suspension of the rules, is there any objection to the suspension to get this before us? Seeing none, the rules are suspended, and it's back to you, Ms. Toombs, for a motion, or I guess first to request your committee reports.
Committee reports.
Okay. Do you want to do yours first here?
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay. Public Health and Safety Chair Huffman, you're recognized.
Public Health and Safety recommended approval, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, and again, Chair Cash on rules. Go ahead, sir.
6 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right, now it's back to you, Ms. Toombs, for a motion.
Move for approval.
All right, there's a motion to approve. It's properly seconded. Is there any discussion on this amendment to a grant regarding the Office of Family Safety? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, you have adopted this resolution. Now we are on bills on introduction and first reading. By rule, all items on first reading shall be voted on at the same time unless requested otherwise by a primary sponsor or by 2 other members. Do any items need to be removed from the collective first reading, first consideration? Seeing none, is there a motion for approval of all the items on first consideration? Okay, without objection. You have approved all items on first reading. Okay. Now we're on to bills on second reading that were not on consent. First among those is Agenda Item 47. This is Ordinance BL 2025-1115, sponsors Vo and Welsh. This is an ordinance amending Chapter 16.04 and 16.24 of the Metro Code of Laws to require a fence permit for permanent fences to be constructed within Nashville and Davidson County. Ms. Vo, you are recognized, sponsor. Oops, sorry, I didn't.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Committee reports?
All right. For government operations and regulations, I think we had committee reports last time, and so those are already in. There was no recommendation from GovOps, so where are we? Oh, okay, so it was a tie vote, so it was considered in committee, and that meets our obligation there. So it's back to you, Ms. Vo, for a motion on your bill.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move my amendment.
You need to move approval of the bill first to get it before us.
Thank you. I'd like to move.
Is there a second for the motion to approve? Okay, now?
Now, I'd like to move my amendment.
Okay. All right. Is there any thing you want to share about the amendment?
Yes, thank you so much. The amendment just clarifies what an opaque fence is and provides more definition for individuals. And so it doesn't, we're not dealing with chain link fences or anything that you can see through. And so it's just clearing up that in the legislation.
All right. You have heard an explanation of Ms. Vo's amendment. And so now we are on to discussion on the motion to amend. Ms. Evans-Siegel, you're recognized.
I just want to speak on the bill itself, not the motion to amend.
I'm sorry, on the main bill? Yeah. Okay. Is anyone in the queue seeking to be recognized on the motion to amend? All right. Seeing none, all in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay, noted, but the amendment still prevails. Any abstaining? Okay, so Ms. Vo, if you would please renew your motion to approve as amended.
Yes, I'd like to renew my motion to approve as amended.
All right, all right. We can all save time. If I state the motion and you concur with it, you can just say so moved and on we go. Okay.
Thank you.
All right. So with that, we are on to discussion on the motion to approve as amended. And Ms. Evans-Siegel, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. At this time, I cannot support the bill. I know the Codes Department has offered to meet with me if we can get it deferred tonight. I would like to move to defer one meeting and explain why I think that's necessary.
All right, there is a motion to defer and it is properly seconded. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. So I actually think this bill is really important. A lot of us know that fence issues really eat up a lot of the BZA. There are a lot of rules that are not followed that make for dangerous situations around town, particularly in our more urban areas where they're built right up to the alleys, right up to the corners. People can't see, pedestrians get in unsafe situations. They're built in the row. People are not following our fence rules. And the purpose of the permit is so that people will follow our fence rules. Unfortunately, the way this permit is being contemplated to be administered is that it'll be like a pool permit. So you'll actually have to go to Codes and submit a site plan, is what Codes is anticipating today. And that, to me, sounds like a recipe for disaster. If we really want people to know the rules, then maybe it could be like the alarm permit process where you go online and you have to click a little button that says, I understand the rules, and you can pop up and see what those rules are. What we don't want to do is make it where the zoning desk has to review every single fence that is put up over 500 square miles and hold up homeowners who are like, oh, it's a really great weekend. I want to build my fence this weekend. And then they can't because they're like having to self-draw up a site plan for something that people do every day all over the city. Like, I think that it's really important that we come up with a way for people to follow the rules and to do it right and to make sure that we're not eating up all the BZA's time and inspectors' time on violations, but that can be done without a system that is actually overly burdensome on both people who live here and on the staff at our Codes Department. So I think we need more time to make sure that we're getting the process right on this if we're going to proceed with it.
Right, so we have a motion to defer one meeting properly seconded, and we're on to discussion on that deferral motion. Ms. Benedict, you're recognized.
Previous question.
Okay, Ms. Benedict has called the previous question. Is there a second? Okay. This is non-debatable and requires 2/3 of those voting. If you want to end debate on the deferral motion, you will vote yes on the previous question. If you want to continue debate on the deferral motion, you will vote no. All in favor of the previous question, please say aye. All against and voting no on the previous question? Okay. The motion for the previous question prevails. And so we are on to the motion, or rather the vote on the motion to defer one meeting. Okay. All in favor of the motion to defer one meeting, please say aye. All against the motion to defer? Okay. This matter, any abstaining? All right. This bill is deferred one meeting. All right, let's see. Be taken up again at the meeting of January 20th. Next is agenda item 48, ordinance BL 2025-1118, sponsor Taylor, Toombs, Horton, Vo, and Hill. This is an ordinance approving a license and lease agreement between the Metro government and Powers Management LLC for use of space located at 222 25th Avenue North, also known as the Centennial Sportsplex area, Nashville, Tennessee 37203. Mr. Taylor, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Committee reports, please.
All right. Let's see. For the report of the Budget and Finance Committee, Chair Toombs.
Thank you, Madam Vice Mayor. Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval of the amendment, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, and recommended approval of the bill as amended, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right. And for the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee, Chair Horton.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning considered the bill and the amendment, voting, recommending the amendment for approval, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, and voting in favor of the bill as amended, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right. And for the report of the Arts, Parks, Libraries, and Entertainment Committee, Chair Vo, you're recognized.
Thank you. The committee voted 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 non-voting.
Okay. And it's a quadruple referral. So to you, Chair of the Government Operations and Regulations Committee, Chair Hill.
We voted 5 in favor, 0 against of the amendment, and then as amended, 5 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right. Thank you, Chair Hill. It is back to you, Mr. Taylor, for a motion to get your bill before us.
So moved.
All right. There's a motion to approve. Is it seconded? All right. It's back to you, Mr. Taylor. Go ahead.
I'd like to move my amendment, please.
All right. There's a motion to amend. Is it seconded? All right. Anything you want to say about the amendment, sir?
You guys want me to say anything about the amendment? Okay. All right, perfect.
Okay. I heard you describe the amendment in committees yesterday. If members of the public would like to see the amendment, it is on our Legistar system. And
absolutely. I renew my motion to approve.
Okay. So there's a motion to amend. It's properly seconded. All in favor of the amendment, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay. And if you could renew your motion to approve as amended.
So moved.
All right. Any discussion on that? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right. You have passed this ordinance on the second of 3 readings as amended. All right. Next is agenda item 49, ordinance BL 2025-1150, sponsors Coupin, Toombs, Horton, Johnston, Hill, Huffman, and Stiles. This is an ordinance authorizing the Metro government's execution and delivery of a development agreement and ground lease agreement with the Tennessee Performing Arts Center Management Corporation, a campus operations and use agreement, and other documents and agreements relating to the development of a performing arts facility on a portion of the East Bank Stadium campus. Mr. Coupin, you are recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Committee reports, please.
All right. For the report of the Budget and Finance Committee, Chair Toombs.
Budget and Finance voted to recommend approval of Amendment 1, 6 in favor, 0 against, 1 not voting. Voted to recommend approval of Amendment 2, 7 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting, and voted to recommend approval as amended, 6 in favor, 0 against, 1 not voting.
All right. Thank you, Chair Toombs. For the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee, Chair Horton.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning voted in favor of Amendment 1, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. In favor of Amendment 2, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. And in favor of the bill as amended, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right. And for the report of the Transportation and Infrastructure Committee, Chair Evan Siegel.
It's going to be the vice chair on this one.
Okay. Vice Chair Ewing, you are recognized. Go ahead, ma'am.
Transportation and Infrastructure Committee voted in favor of Amendment 1, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. We voted in favor of Amendment 2, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. We voted in favor of the bill as amended, 9 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
All right. Okay, all committee reports are in. Mr. Coupin, so it's back to you for a motion to get the bill before us.
Thank you, Madam President. Move approval with a brief comment.
All right. Is there a second? Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So really just thankful for all the people that have worked so hard to make this happen. This is a generational installation on the East Bank for our Tennessee Performing Arts Center. You know, we're called Music City, but we're also Athens of the South, and this really cements in our downtown landscape that commitment to the arts. So really appreciate all that. We had a couple of really good meetings. We had a Section 230 meeting on December 4th. We had an East Bank ad hoc meeting on December 11th. Both of those recordings are available online. And then great discussion in committee. So really excited. One of the conversations was around the pedestrian bridge. The MOU contemplated the pedestrian bridge having temporary access during construction. The responsibility of that bridge has shifted back to Metro. So I do have an amendment that does put in the recitals the pedestrian bridge opening, keeping Wasioto Park, which is also in that area, open, and adjusting a date. So I would love to move that amendment, which I believe is proposed Amendment 1.
There is a motion to amend with Amendment 1, and it is properly seconded. Anything you want to add on Amendment 1 in particular?
No.
All right. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend with Amendment 1? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right. If you'd renew your motion, please.
Move approval as amended.
All right. We continue with discussion on approval as amended. Next in the queue is Councilmember Parker. You're recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I'd like to move Amendment 2.
All right. Is there a second? Right. Anything you want to say about Amendment 2?
I'll give a brief explanation.
Sure.
So one of Metro's critical responsibilities in the agreement is to provide what's termed alleyway access in the agreement. That is basically like back-of-house access for trucks to load, lighting and sound and stagecraft stuff for the shows. In the original agreement as it came to us, it was specified very particularly how that access would work. And I've talked to all the parties involved with this, and it seems like we're moving in the direction of doing exactly what was prescribed in the original agreement, but I propose this amendment just to get a little bit of flexibility with how that access could work. Should it become needed, I don't think it will, but I did hear from, there was a question in committee, did hear from TPAC today, and they're okay with this amendment going on. So I believe everybody's okay with it, and this just allows us a little bit more flexibility as to how we provide that back-of-house access for the TPAC facility.
All righty. Thank you for the explanation. There is a motion to amend with Amendment 2 by Councilman Parker. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor of Amendment 2, say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? Oh, okay. Mr. Clerk, if you'd please record Ms. Evan Siegel as an abstention on that motion to amend. And now it's back to you, Mr. Coupin, for a renewed motion.
Thank you, Madam President. Move approval as amended with 1 and 2.
All righty. Okay, properly seconded. Any further discussion on the motion to approve on second reading as amended? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right. Mr. Bradford is an abstention, and Ms. Evan Siegel is also an abstention. Mr. Clerk, if you could please record those. All right. This is passed its second of 3 readings. Now we are on to third reading items. Please, members, we're almost done with the agenda. We do not want to lose quorum, okay? First on third reading is agenda item 54, ordinance BL 2025-1006, sponsors Gamble, Parker, Benedict, and Gadd. This is an ordinance amending Chapter 17.04, 17.12, and .16 of the Metro Code to amend the regulations pertaining to the height within the single-family RS residential and 1 and 2 family residential R zoning districts, and to simplify the conditions by which 2-family dwellings may be permitted in the AG, AR2A, R80, 40, 30, 20, 15, 10, 8A, 8A, R6, R6A zoning districts. All right, Ms. Gamble, you are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Move for committee. I've already gotten committee reports.
I think we still need our planning and zoning. Okay. No worries.
Committee reports.
Chair Horton, for the report of the Planning and Zoning Committee, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Planning and Zoning considered Bill 2025-1006. In the amendments, we voted in recommended approval of Amendment 1, 11 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. We did not recommend approval of Amendment 2 with 3 in favor, 8 against, 0 not voting. We recommended approval of Amendment 3, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting. Recommended approval of Amendment 4, 10 in favor, 1 against, 0 not voting. We did not consider Amendment 5 and recommended approval, or did not recommend approval of Amendment 6, 2 in favor, 6 against, 2 not voting. And recommended approval as amended by the positively recommended amendments, 10 in favor, 0 against, 0 not voting.
Okay, thank you for that thorough report, Chair Horton. And now it's back to you, Ms. Gamble, for a motion to get the bill before us, please, ma'am.
Thank you. I'd like to move for approval with a brief comment.
All right, there's a motion to approve, properly seconded. Back to you.
Thank you. I just want to thank everyone, the planning department, the council, colleagues, those of you particularly who have introduced amendments that came out of discussion with the public regarding this particular housing bill. As you all know, we've been discussing this for several months, since June now. And I think we are at a place where we're ready to move forward with addressing concerns that we heard from the community and moving forward with addressing our housing crisis. So with that, I ask for approval.
Ms. Gamble, during your time, did you seek to move your amendment at this time?
Thank you.
No worries.
Yes, I seek to move the amendment.
Okay. Ms. Gamble.
I'll give a brief description of what.
Sure. It's properly seconded. Go ahead.
Yes, this amendment is really a housekeeping amendment. It clarifies just the definition for the footprint and for half-story. It also discusses the dormer size and just gives a little more clarity and clarification on what those descriptions are.
Okay. There is a motion to amend with sponsor Gamble's Amendment 1. You've heard a description of that amendment. It was properly seconded. And so we are on discussion of the motion to amend with Amendment 1. Mr. Coupin and Mr. Druffel, do you seek to be recognized particularly on the amendment? No. Okay. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Amendment 1. Seeing none, Mr. Eastlick? Okay. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? Okay, even so, the amendment does prevail. And so, Ms. Gamble, do you want to renew your motion to approve as amended?
Yes, I'd like to move for approval as amended.
Okay. All right. So we're on to discussion. There is a motion to approve as amended so far with Amendment 1. Mr. Coupin, you are next in the queue and you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to move Amendment 2 with a brief, nope. I would like to move the amendment that has no number on it, but my amendment with the interstate loop in it.
Okay. So this is a late.
No, this is sorry, Amendment 3. I apologize.
Okay. All right. So Amendment 3, per Mr. Horton, had a recommendation of approval 10 and 0. Is there a second for the motion to amend with Amendment 3? Okay, properly seconded. So we're on to discussion on that, and you can give a brief explanation if you would like, Mr. Coupin.
Thank you, Madam President. So this is a amendment pulling the height reduction out of the interstate loop. Height is appropriate in the downtown core. Additionally, I've been working with my constituents on expanding the downtown code and changing some of the zoning in the district, so it would be premature at this point to lower height or lower stories in that area. I appreciate the Planning Commission working with me and the Planning Department to allow for this within the Planning Commission's recommendation. I think it makes sense for the core and is something that I hope my colleagues will support.
All right, you've heard a description of Mr. Coupin's Amendment 3. So we are on to discussion on the motion to amend with Amendment 3. Mr. Druffel, do you seek to be recognized? Does anyone seek to be recognized on Amendment 3 before we move to that vote? All right, seeing none, we will move to the vote on Amendment 3. All in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Any abstaining? All right. Ms. Gamble, do you wish to renew approval as amended with Amendment 1 and Amendment 3? All right, thank you, ma'am. I heard you so moved. Sorry I didn't hit your mic. We continue with discussion. Mr. Druffel, you are recognized, sir.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'd like to move Amendment 4.
Okay, is there a second for the motion to amend with Amendment 4? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, this is similar to the other ones, 105 and 107, gives us a progress report in about a year, gives us a good chance to review our success and maybe things that we need to do to improve. So I renew my motion.
All righty. Is there any discussion on the motion to amend with Amendment 4? Mr. Coupin, do you seek to be recognized on Amendment 4? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor of Amendment 4, please say aye. Any voting no? Okay, even so, 2 no votes, but it will prevail. And any abstaining? All right. Ms. Gamble, do you seek to renew your motion to approve as amended with Amendments 1, 3, and 4 so far? All right, thank you, ma'am. We are continuing discussion. Mr. Coupin, you are recognized.
Thank you, Madam President. Now I would like to move to suspend the rules for consideration of my late amendment.
Okay, let's see. Okay, Mr. Coupin has moved to suspend the rules. Ms. Darby, was this taken up in, okay, it was taken up in committee. Mr. Cash, can you give us a report on the nature, please, of the request for the suspension or the late file, sir?
Yep, 6 in favor, 0 against, or not voting.
Okay, having heard the report of Chair Cash, is there any objection to the suspension of the rules for purposes of taking up Mr. Coupin's late filed amendment? Seeing none, the rules are suspended, and so at this time, you may offer your late amendment.
Thank you. Move approval with a comment.
All right. Is there a second on Mr. Coupin's motion to amend with the late amendment? Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. So this was discussed in committee. Originally, I had a amendment taking this bill to end of May for taking effect. It does have the nature of reducing height and reducing stories in people's lots that they may be currently planning. So if someone is, for example, right now working on plans for their home and they intend to pull a building permit next month, if this bill were to pass in its current form and their plan that they had was 40 feet, they might go to the building permit office and be sadly disappointed to learn that we just changed that rule. So this originally I wanted to give through May for that kind of cycle through and for people to get heads up and things like that. I did hear some concerns on the amount of time that was baked into that. I also heard some concerns from colleagues that the other section of the bill that does address our lots and clarify on our lots and things like that was really needed as soon as possible. So this amendment now does 2 different things. It brings that date to February 27th. So it's no longer May, it's into February. So just a couple months to give folks the opportunity to learn about this. And then it also only focuses on the height and the stories changes. So it would still allow for immediate passage and immediate effect of the clarification of zoning districts, but it would just delay till the end of February the implementation of the height reduction.
Alrighty, you have heard a description of this late filed amendment. It is properly before us and seconded. Is there any discussion on Mr. Coupin's late filed amendment? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Any voting no? Mr. Eastlick is a no. Any abstaining? All right, the ayes have it. Ms. Gamble, at present, where we are is a motion to approve as amended with amendments 1, 3, 4, and the Coupin late file. Does that reflect your intent there?
So moved.
All righty. Okay, now we are on to, I presume, our final discussion at this juncture. Ms. Welsh, do you seek to be recognized on the bill generally as amended? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. I actually would like to move for a deferral on this bill for one meeting. I think there are some unintended consequences to this bill that we have not fully discovered and explored.
Let me first see, Ms. Welsh, if there's a second on your motion to defer.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think there are some unintended consequences to this that we haven't really thought all the way through. Kind of similar in track to like when we passed STRs, we're going to find these consequences way down the line. We're going to keep having to come back to this. I think this is going to negatively impact our ability to build affordable housing. And I think it kind of provides a one-size-fits-all. I think this type of height restriction is good in smaller areas and more targeted areas under UDOs and things, but as a general thing within the code, I think it is not a good thing, and that's why I think it'll have negative consequences. And I also think that it could potentially open us up to some legal liability by taking away some of people's property rights, that they might see that as an attack on their property rights. So I would like to move one meeting deferral. Thank you.
All right. There was a motion to defer earlier, and it was properly seconded. So we are on to discussion on the motion to defer this bill. And first in the queue is the sponsor, Ms. Gamble. You are recognized.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I am in opposition to a deferral. As has been stated earlier, this bill has been deferred several times at the Planning Commission, at this council body. We have worked with the public in addressing some of the concerns, and I have not seen any data. I would just like to remind everyone that this bill was data-driven. It came out of data that we received from the Housing and Infrastructure Study that this body requested, and on the other hand, we haven't seen any data that supports the stance that this would inhibit affordable housing. In fact, the data we have seen shows the opposite. And so I would really urge our members to move forward with this. As I said, there has been extensive conversation, communication, evaluation of this particular bill. We have amendments that have been added to the bill to address any concerns that constituents have. And at this point, I think it's time for us to move forward and get down to the business of addressing our housing crisis. So for that, I'm in opposition and ask for support to oppose this deferral. Thank you.
All right. We continue on discussion on the motion to defer one meeting. Ms. Stiles, you're recognized.
Vice Mayor, I wanted to speak on the bill after, not the deferral.
Not the deferral?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Horton, do you seek to be recognized on the deferral? Go ahead, sir.
Previous question.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Horton has moved the previous question. It is non-debatable. It requires a second, which he has received, and it requires 2/3 of those voting to end debate on the pending motion, which is a one-meeting deferral. We will try this first by voice. So if you are in favor of the previous question, you want to end debate on the deferral motion, you will say aye. If you want to continue debate on the deferral motion, you will say nay. All in favor of the previous question, please say aye. Any voting nay? All right, that is pretty definitive. So the previous question prevails, and so we will move to the vote on the deferral. We'll try it first by voice. All in favor of the motion to defer this bill one meeting, please say aye. All against the motion to defer, please say nay. All right. Any abstaining? All right. So the motion to defer fails. And so we are back on discussion of approval as amended. And now next in the queue is Ms. Stiles.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And as per usual, I really appreciate the sponsor and all the work that she did, but it still seems very clear to me that constituents overall are not ready to take on new zoning code. So I'm going to be a no. I wish we could have deferred this. I just feel like people are still heated about August, so I will be a no. Thank you.
All right. Next on the motion to approve on third and final reading, Ms. Benedict, you're recognized.
Previous question.
All right. Okay. It is properly seconded. I think I've said it a few times tonight. Y'all know the drill. If you want to end debate on this bill and move straight to the vote, you vote in favor of the previous question. If you want to continue debate, you vote no. All in favor of the previous question, please say aye. All those against the motion, please say no. All right, that is, again, pretty definitive. We will move to the vote. This is on its third and final reading, and having heard from a colleague that there will be a no vote, we will vote by roll call. Mr. Clerk, if you could please load the vote. With all votes in, Mr. Clerk, please show the vote. This bill has passed its third and final reading as amended with 25 votes in favor, 6 against, and 0 abstentions. Please hang with me, colleagues. There is one more item on our agenda. It is agenda item 59, ordinance BL 2025-1108. Sponsor Suarez, Horton, Evans, Siegel, Welsh, Hill, Allen, Ellis, Gamble, Ewing, Porterfield, Cap, Webb, Benedict, Gadd, and Toombs. This is an ordinance authorizing the renaming of South Street to King Holland Avenue. Ms. Suara, you are recognized.
Thanks, Vice Mayor. I don't think I need any more comments.
No, ma'am. You already have those. Go ahead.
Move approval with very brief comments.
All right. Go ahead.
Thank you all very much. 2 years ago on
Members, let's make sure we don't lose quorum, please. Thank you.
On December 17, 2023, we lost Mr. King Hollins. One of the quotes that I love is said, "The great use of a life is to spend it for something that will outlast it." I just want to rise and talk about this great man, and I implore all of you that don't know about him, feel free to watch the conversation during planning. How many people came out and spoke about it? There were people on the Planning Commission that did not know him, but when they heard his story, believed that he's somebody that we should be honoring. King Hollins went to jail for being one of the people that desegregated the lunch counters. King Hollins is one of the people that desegregated Father Ryan's school, or integrated it. He was one of the first black students at Father Ryan school. Not only that, I mean, there's so many great things about this man, but what I love about this is that King was born in Nashville. King lived in Edge Hill. King helped Edge Hill to be what he becomes today. And I think it's so appropriate that we're honoring him on the 2nd anniversary of his death. I'm going to thank former Councilmember Kobe Sledge, Councilmember Vogt, the people of Edge Hill, his family, and everybody that have been supportive of this process. And with that, I'm going to keep quiet so we can go home and ask for your support.
All righty. Seeing no one else seeking to be recognized, we will move to the vote. All in favor of this ordinance, please say aye. Any voting no or abstaining? All right, this ordinance has passed its third and final reading. Yes. Is there a motion to adjourn? All right. We will see you again on the first meeting of 2026. It's Tuesday, January 20th, and we are adjourned.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information on this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.